Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, the window was shut, no vents, no draft. Yet the blanket at the foot of the bed shifted slowly, deliberately, like someone had lifted the corner and let it fall. I stood in the doorway, waiting to see if it would move again. It didn't, not then. But the next morning it was bunched on the floor, and underneath it the carpet was damp and warm, like something had slept there. Now I tuck the blanket into a drawer. Still, I wake up to find it on the bed, folded neatly, with something heavy pressed into the middle. I became a private investigator because I believed evidence never lies. People do, memories betray us, but blood, fingerprints, fibers, they tell the truth. At least, that's what I thought before I took the case that changed everything. The woman who hired me sat across from my desk, her hands folded so tightly her knuckles had turned white. She spoke in whispers, as if the walls themselves might betray her secrets. Her husband had been found dead in their bedroom, she said. The police ruled it a heart attack, natural causes, case closed. But she couldn't sleep in that room anymore. Something felt wrong. The way his body had been positioned, the expression on his face, the smell that lingered for weeks after they'd taken him away, sweet and metallic, like copper pennies left in the sun. I accepted the case mostly out of curiosity. Heart attacks happen, people die. Sometimes there's no mystery, just grief looking for meaning where none exists. But the retainer she offered was generous, and something in her eyes suggested she knew more than she was saying. The house stood at the end of a quiet street, surrounded by overgrown hedges that cast long shadows across the front yard. Inside, the air felt thick, stagnant. Every footstep echoed longer than it should have. The bedroom where he died was at the back of the house, overlooking a small garden that had been left to grow wild. The bed had been stripped, the mattress bare, but the carpet beneath showed a faint outline where his body had lain. I knelt down, running my fingers along the edges. The fibers felt different there, compressed, as if something heavy had pressed into them for a long time, much longer than the few minutes it would have taken for him to die. In the corner of the room, I found the blanket, navy blue wool, well worn but clean. The widow told me it had belonged to her husband's first wife, who died in a car accident years before. He'd kept it folded at the foot of the bed, never used it, just liked having it there. A comfort, she said, though her voice carried an edge of something else. Resentment, maybe, or fear. I took the blanket with me, along with the police report and the medical examiner's findings. The official cause of death was myocardial infarction, a massive heart attack, no signs of trauma, no foreign substances in his system. His physician confirmed a history of heart problems, high blood pressure, stress. Everything pointed to a natural death. But I'd learned to look beyond the obvious. In my hotel room that night, I spread the blanket across the bed and examined it under a magnifying glass. The wool was old, the weave loose in places, but there, near one corner, I found something the police had missed. A few strands of hair, darker than the victim's, caught in the fibers. I sent the hair to a lab for analysis. While I waited for results, I interviewed the neighbors. Most had little to say. The couple, kept to themselves, seemed happy enough. But the woman next door mentioned something that made me pause. She'd seen lights in the house the night he died, moving from room to room long after the ambulance had left. The widow had claimed she'd spent the night with her sister, couldn't bear to be alone in the house. The lab results came back 3 days later. The hair belonged to a woman, but the DNA didn't match the widow. Someone else had been in that room. Someone with access to the house, the bedroom, the blanket that now seemed less like a comfort and more like evidence. I returned to the house, this time paying closer attention to details I'd missed before. In the bathroom, I found a second toothbrush hidden behind the medicine cabinet. In the kitchen, 2 coffee cups in the dishwasher, both recently used. In the bedroom closet, women's clothes that were too small for the widow, hidden behind winter coats that smelled of mothballs and secrets. The truth began to form like a photograph in developer fluid, slowly, in shades of gray. The victim had been having an affair. The other woman had been there the night he died, but proving it was another matter entirely. I staked out the house for a week, watching from a car parked across the street. On the 4th night I saw her, a woman in her 30s, slim, with dark hair that matched the strands I'd found in the blanket. She used a key to enter through the back door, moved through the house like she belonged there. She went straight to the bedroom, spent an hour inside, then left the same way she'd come. Following her led me to a small apartment across town. I learned her name from the mailbox, ran a background check. She worked as a nurse at the hospital where the victim had received treatment for his heart condition. They'd met during one of his appointments, began an affair that had lasted nearly 2 years. But when I confronted her, she denied everything. She'd never met the man, she said, never been to his house. The confidence in her voice was absolute, the kind that comes from practice. She was lying, but she was good at it. I needed more than hair samples and suspicious behavior. I needed proof that she'd been there the night he died. That's when I remembered the blanket, the way it had been folded so carefully, the weight pressed into its center. I'd assumed it was just the way the widow had stored it, but what if it had been hiding something? I returned to the house one last time, this time with a search warrant. The widow wasn't home. I went straight to the bedroom, pulled the blanket from the drawer where I'd seen it last. This time I unfolded it completely, shook it out, examined every inch. Hidden in the lining, sewn into a small pocket that could only be felt, not seen, I found a vial. Small, glass, with residue that tested positive for a cardiac medication, the same kind used to treat heart conditions, but also the kind that could trigger a fatal heart attack if administered in large enough doses. The nurse knew about the victim's condition. She had access to the medication. She'd been there the night he died, but proving she'd administered the overdose was impossible. The drug would have metabolized quickly, leaving no trace in the bloodstream by the time the body was discovered. I presented my findings to the police. They reopened the case, questioned the nurse again. This time, faced with physical evidence, she admitted to the affair. She'd been there that night, she said. They'd argued about his refusal to leave his wife. He'd become agitated, clutched his chest, collapsed. She'd tried to help him, but it was too late. Panicking, she'd hidden the vial in the blanket, thinking no one would ever find it. Her story was plausible, maybe even true, but doubt lingered like smoke in a closed room. The way she'd sewn the vial into the blanket's lining suggested premeditation. The timing of the argument, so convenient for someone who knew his medical history. The fact that she'd returned to the house repeatedly after his death, as if checking to make sure her secret remained buried. The case never went to trial. The evidence was circumstantial, the timeline unclear. The nurse moved away, started over somewhere else. The widow sold the house, disappeared into a new life. I kept the blanket, though I'm not sure why. Maybe as a reminder that truth isn't always justice, that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. But sometimes in the quiet hours before dawn, I unfold that blanket and hold it up to the light. The wool is soft, worn smooth by years of use, and in the weave, if you look closely enough, you can still see the outline of secrets that will never be told. The weight of a life taken too soon, the shadow of a love that turned deadly, the whisper of a truth that society wasn't ready to hear. The blanket doesn't move anymore. It lies still, folded neatly in my closet, but I know it's there, waiting. And sometimes, in the space between sleep and waking, I swear I can feel it shifting, settling, like someone had lifted the corner and let it fall. Crime, too, I don't mean the kind of creaks old houses make. This was rhythmic, soft, the sound of a chest expanding, air being drawn in. It came from behind the coats. I held my breath to be sure. The sound continued without me. I moved everything aside. Nothing was there, just a bare wall and dust. But when I closed the door, the breathing got louder, like it was exhaling relief. Now I hear it even when the closet is open. The house belonged to my aunt. She'd been missing for 3 weeks when I volunteered to clean out her things. The family needed someone to sort through decades of accumulated life, and I'd always been the one who handled difficult tasks without asking too many questions. Her bedroom felt frozen in time, the bed still unmade, coffee cup on the nightstand with a ring of mold floating on the surface. The police had been through everything, they said, standard procedure, nothing suspicious. Just an elderly woman who'd wandered off, probably confused. It happens more than people think. But that breathing sound changed everything. I started paying attention to details I'd initially dismissed. The way her shoes were arranged by the front door, perfectly aligned as if she'd planned to return. The milk in the refrigerator, still fresh despite sitting there for weeks. The stack of mail on the kitchen counter, unopened bills and letters sorted into neat piles. My aunt had been meticulous about everything. She wrote lists for grocery shopping, kept appointment cards in a small wooden box, labeled every jar in her pantry with careful handwriting. This wasn't someone who wandered off in confusion. I called the detective assigned to her case. He sounded tired, distracted, told me they'd followed every lead, interviewed neighbors, checked hospitals and shelters. Her car was still in the garage, her purse still on the kitchen table. No signs of struggle, no evidence of foul play. But he hadn't heard the breathing. I started sleeping in the house, telling myself I was just being thorough about the cleaning. Every night the sound would start around the same time. Not immediately after dark, but later when the house settled into its deepest quiet. The rhythm never varied. Inhale, pause, exhale. Inhale, pause, exhale. I recorded it on my phone, played it back in daylight. The audio was clear, undeniable. But when I showed it to my cousin, she frowned and said she couldn't hear anything unusual. Just the settling of old wood, maybe air moving through the walls. That's when I started looking more carefully at the closet itself. The wall behind the hanging clothes felt different from the others, hollow in places, solid in others. I pressed my ear against it and heard something that made my skin crawl. Not breathing this time, but a faint scratching sound like fingernails against wood. I found the crowbar in my aunt's garage and pried away a section of the wall. The wood came away easily, too easily, as if it had been removed and replaced before. Behind it was a narrow space, just wide enough for a person to squeeze into. Inside I found things that made my hands shake. A water bottle empty, a small pillow stained with something dark, and carved into the wood, barely visible in the flashlight beam, were words, "Help me," over and over, scratched into the surface with what looked like a key or a nail. The handwriting was my aunt's. I called the police immediately. They came with dogs and equipment, tore apart the closet, examined the hidden space, found traces of blood, old and dried, hair fibers that matched samples from my aunt's brush, but no body. The detective looked at me differently after that, asked pointed questions about my relationship with my aunt, about how I'd known to look behind the wall. I told him about the breathing sound, showed him my recording. He listened without expression, then handed back my phone. They kept the house as a crime scene for weeks. When they finally released it, they told the family the investigation was ongoing, but that they'd found no evidence of who might have done this, or even definitive proof that a crime had occurred. My aunt's body was never found. But I kept thinking about those water bottles, that pillow. Someone had kept her in that space, alive for some period of time. The scratches in the wood were fresh, made recently, which meant she'd been there while the police were searching the house, while neighbors were putting up missing person flyers, while her family was planning search parties. I started looking at everyone differently. The neighbor who'd been so helpful during the initial search, who'd offered to water my aunt's plants. The nephew who'd been eager to sell the house quickly. The postal worker who'd known her routine better than anyone. And I kept returning to the closet. Even after the police removed the wall panel completely, exposing the narrow space to light and air, I could still hear the breathing. Fainter now, but persistent, as if something had been disturbed but not eliminated. I interviewed everyone who'd had contact with my aunt in her final weeks. The grocery store clerk who'd noticed she seemed nervous, the pharmacist who'd filled her prescriptions, the handyman who'd done some work in her bedroom just before she disappeared. Each conversation revealed small inconsistencies, details that didn't align with the official timeline. My aunt had mentioned feeling watched to the grocery clerk. She'd asked the pharmacist about sleeping aids, something she'd never needed before. She'd paid the handyman in cash, unusual for someone who kept meticulous records of all expenses. The handyman was the last person to see her alive, according to the police report. He'd installed new shelving in her bedroom closet, reinforced the walls where the old brackets had pulled loose. He'd done good work, he told me. Solid construction that would last decades. His hands shook when he lit his cigarette. His eyes wouldn't meet mine when he talked about that final day. He mentioned details about my aunt's routine that seemed too intimate for a casual working relationship. How she liked her coffee, what television shows she watched, how she always locked the front door but left the back door unlocked during the day. I pressed him about the closet work. He became defensive, insisted he'd done everything according to standard practices. But when I asked about the hidden space behind the wall, he went very still. Said he'd never seen anything like that, had no idea how it could have gotten there. Then he mentioned something that made my blood freeze. He said my aunt had been acting paranoid in her final days, claiming someone was in the house while she slept. She'd asked him to check the closet, said she heard sounds at night. He'd looked, he said, but found nothing unusual. Just the breathing. I confronted him with the recording, watched his face as the rhythmic sound played from my phone speakers. He listened for a long time, then said something I'll never forget. He said it sounded like someone trying very hard to stay quiet. The case remains unsolved. The police file is still open, but I know they've moved on to more promising leads. My aunt's house was sold to a developer who plans to tear it down and build something new. But I still have the recording, and sometimes, late at night, I play it back and wonder if I'm listening to the last sounds my aunt ever made, or if I'm hearing something else entirely. The breathing continues even now, not from the closet anymore, but from somewhere deeper, as if the house itself learned to breathe and can't remember how to stop. I think about the handyman's shaking hands, about the way he knew too much about my aunt's habits, about how easily that wall panel had come away as if it had been designed to be removed. And I think about the water bottles, the pillow, the desperate scratches in the wood. Someone had kept her alive in that space, had visited her regularly, had listened to her breathing through the wall. The question that haunts me isn't what happened to my aunt. It's how long she was alive in there while we were all searching for her. How many times did someone open that closet door, check on her, bring her water, listen to her breathe? The breathing I recorded might have been her last, or it might have been someone else's, someone who'd taken her place in that narrow space, someone who'd learned to hold very still when footsteps approached. I don't know if my aunt is dead or alive. I don't know if the handyman was her captor or just another victim. I don't know if the breathing was real or just the sound of my own guilt, my own failure to save her. But I know that somewhere in some dark space, someone is still breathing, trying to stay quiet, waiting for rescue that may never come. The closet was breathing, and now so am I. Crime 3, at first it was just a corner, curling back like old paper tends to do, but I noticed the underside wasn't dry, it was slick, shiny, almost raw. I peeled it further and found red streaks, not paint, not rust. Then I saw something worse, a fingernail embedded between the layers. I stopped peeling. Now new bubbles form beneath the surface, and sometimes they twitch. I inherited this house from my uncle, a man I barely knew who left behind more questions than answers. The neighbors whispered about him, how he'd become reclusive in his final years, how strange sounds would echo from inside during the quiet hours, but whispers fade and I needed somewhere to live. The wallpaper in the living room had always bothered me. It was an ugly pattern, faded roses on cream background, but it was the texture that made my skin crawl. When I ran my fingers across it, sections felt spongy, yielding to pressure in ways that didn't seem right. The adhesive beneath seemed to pulse with its own rhythm. I decided to strip it all away and start fresh. That's when I found the first piece of evidence. The fingernail was yellowed, brittle, but unmistakably human. It had been pressed between layers of wallpaper, as if someone had been clawing at the wall from inside the paper itself. I held it up to the light and saw tiny scratches along its surface, desperate markings that spoke of panic. I called the authorities. They came, took photos, bagged the fingernail, and asked questions I couldn't answer. The detective, a woman with tired eyes and careful hands, examined the wall with growing interest. She found 3 more fingernails in the same section, all from different fingers, all bearing the same frantic scratch marks. "Has anyone else lived here recently?" she asked. "Just my uncle, he died alone." She nodded, made notes, and told me they'd investigate, but I could see the doubt in her expression. How do you explain fingernails growing from inside wallpaper? How do you investigate something that defies logic? After they left, I stood in the empty room and listened to the house breathe around me. The floorboards creaked in a rhythm that seemed almost deliberate. The walls seemed to exhale when I wasn't looking directly at them, and beneath it all, a sound like scratching, so faint I might have imagined it. I found my uncle's journal in the basement, hidden behind a water heater that hadn't worked in years. The entries were sparse, dating back only a few months before his death. His handwriting grew more erratic with each page, the words pressed so deeply into the paper that they'd torn through in places. "The walls are restless," he'd written. "Something underneath wants out." The next entry was worse. They're not trying to get in. They're trying to get out. I can hear them scratching. And finally, I think I know why the wallpaper won't stay flat. It's not wallpaper anymore. It's skin. I should have left then, should have packed my things and found somewhere else to live. But the house had begun to feel like a puzzle I needed to solve, and the journal had given me a thread to follow. I returned to the living room and examined the wall more carefully. The sections where I'd found the fingernails were slightly raised, as if something were pushing against them from behind. When I pressed my palm against the surface, it felt warm, not just warm, feverish. I began to peel back more wallpaper, working systematically across the wall. With each section I removed, I found more evidence. Hair follicles embedded in the adhesive, fragments of skin, dried but still recognizable, and always more fingernails, each one telling a story of desperate clawing. The pattern that emerged was horrible in its implications. The organic material formed the rough outline of a human figure, arms outstretched, fingers splayed wide. Someone had been pressed against this wall, and somehow their essence had been absorbed into the very structure of the house. I called the detective again. She returned with a forensics team and proper equipment. They took samples, made measurements, and photographed everything. The lead forensics specialist, a man who'd seen enough crime scenes to rarely show surprise, stood in front of the wall for a long time without speaking. "We'll need to remove sections of the drywall," he finally said. "If there's anything behind this, we'll find it." They worked for hours, carefully dismantling the wall in sections. What they found defied easy explanation. The space between the studs contained organic material, hair, skin, bone fragments, but arranged in a way that suggested they'd been there for years, maybe decades. The material had somehow integrated with the building materials, creating a grotesque hybrid of human remains and household construction. But there was no body, no skeleton, just pieces, scattered and embedded as if they'd been absorbed rather than placed. The forensics team collected everything they could, but I could see the confusion in their faces. This wasn't a crime scene they could process with standard procedures. This was something else entirely. "We'll run tests," the detective told me. "Try to match the DNA, see if we can identify whose remains these are. But I have to tell you, I've never seen anything like this." I spent the next few days in a motel while they worked. The preliminary tests came back quickly. The organic material belonged to at least 3 different people, all female, all likely deceased for years. But there were no missing persons reports that matched, no records of anyone disappearing from the area. When I returned to the house, the wall had been repaired. Fresh drywall, new primer, everything clean and professional. But as I stood in the empty room, I could hear something beneath the surface. A sound like fingernails against plaster, soft but persistent. I found more of my uncle's notes, scattered throughout the house like breadcrumbs, hidden in books, taped under drawers, folded into the pockets of old clothes. The full picture they painted was more disturbing than anything I'd imagined. My uncle hadn't been the first to notice the problem. The house had a history of short-term occupants, people who'd move in and then leave suddenly, often abandoning their belongings. Real estate records showed it had changed hands dozens of times over the past 30 years, always sold quickly, always below market value. But some occupants hadn't left. They'd simply disappeared, leaving behind only the vaguest traces, a few personal items, some unpaid bills, and eventually missing persons reports that went nowhere. The pattern was consistent: women living alone, no close family to push for investigations. They'd rent the house, live there for a few months, and then vanish. The landlord would eventually clean out their things and rent to someone new. My uncle had been the first person to own the house long enough to notice the pattern. He'd researched the previous tenants, tracked down their stories, and slowly pieced together what had happened. The wall in the living room wasn't just a wall, it was a grave, and somehow the house itself had become complicit in the disposal of bodies. I confronted the detective with this information, but she looked at me with the same tired doubt I'd seen before. "We found human remains," she said, "but no evidence of murder, no signs of violence, just organic material that's been there for years." "What about the missing women?" "People go missing all the time. It doesn't mean they were murdered. It doesn't mean they ended up in your wall." But I knew she was wrong. I could feel it in the way the house seemed to watch me, in the way the floorboards creaked when I moved through the rooms, in the way the walls seemed to pulse with their own heartbeat. I couldn't stay there, but I couldn't leave either. Not while those women remained trapped in the very structure of the house, their fingernails still scratching against the inside of the walls. I sit here now in the living room with the fresh drywall pristine and white behind me. The scratching has stopped, but I know it's temporary. The house is patient. It's been patient for years, decades maybe, slowly collecting its residents and making them part of itself. Sometimes I wonder if my uncle left me the house knowing what it would do to me, if he saw the same pattern I see now, the same inevitable conclusion. The house doesn't just consume its residents, it makes them complicit. It makes them part of the process. The detective called yesterday. The DNA tests were inconclusive, too degraded, too contaminated. The case has been closed, filed away as an unusual but not criminal discovery. The missing women will remain missing, their fate absorbed into the bureaucratic silence that surrounds unsolved cases. But I know the truth, and I know that someday someone will inherit this house from me. They'll notice the wallpaper in the living room, how it seems to bubble and shift when they're not looking directly at it. They'll feel compelled to peel back a corner just to see what's underneath. And they'll find fingernails, fresh ones, maybe even mine. The house is patient, the house is hungry, and the house always wins. I can hear the scratching starting again. Crime 4, I only noticed it while brushing my teeth. I turned my head, but my reflection didn't. It caught up a moment later with a slightly different expression. The eyes weren't wide enough, the jaw was too tight. I tested it again, lifted one hand. The mirror version lifted both. I covered the glass, but every morning the towel I use to block it is folded on the counter. That's when I started paying attention to other things, small things, things that didn't make sense until I began documenting them. The apartment next door had been quiet for weeks. The tenant, a woman who worked from home, used to type constantly. The sound would bleed through the thin walls, a rhythmic clicking that had become part of my daily soundtrack. Then one day it stopped. I knocked on her door, no answer. The hallway smelled different, not the usual mixture of cooking and cleaning products, but something sharper, chemical, like the inside of a hospital room after someone has been treated for an overdose. The building manager told me she had moved out suddenly, left her security deposit behind. He seemed nervous when he said it, kept looking at his hands instead of my face. His fingers were stained with something dark under the nails. I asked to see the apartment. He said it was being cleaned, professional cleaning service, the kind that specializes in trauma scenes. But I had seen her the week before. She was standing in the lobby, talking on her phone. Her voice was strained, desperate. She kept saying the same phrase over and over. I can't keep doing this. I can't keep pretending. The person on the other end must have been insistent because she started crying. Not the kind of crying that comes from sadness, but from fear. Deep, primal fear that makes your whole body shake. I watched her through the security camera feed later. The building manager had given me access years ago when I helped him catch someone stealing packages. The footage showed her walking to the elevator, but something was wrong with the way she moved. Her steps were too deliberate, like she was consciously placing each foot in a specific position. The timestamp on the video was corrupted. Instead of a date, it showed a series of numbers that didn't correspond to any format I recognized. But the quality was wrong too clear for our old security system, too detailed. I started reviewing other footage from that week. The building was busier than usual. People I didn't recognize were coming and going at odd hours. They all had the same purposeful walk, the same way of avoiding eye contact with the cameras. One of them looked familiar, a man in a dark coat who paused in front of the mailboxes. He was reading the names carefully, like he was looking for someone specific. When he found what he wanted, he smiled. The expression didn't reach his eyes. I had seen that smile before, in my bathroom mirror on the face that wasn't quite mine. The woman's apartment was directly below mine. Same layout, same fixtures. If I pressed my ear to the floor, I could usually hear her television or the sound of her moving around. But for the past few weeks, there had been different sounds, scraping, like furniture being moved or something heavier being dragged across the floor. I mentioned it to another neighbor. She said she had heard it too, but only during the day, never at night. She also said she had seen maintenance workers going in and out, but they weren't wearing the usual uniforms. Their clothes were too clean, too new. The next day I received a package that wasn't mine. The label had my apartment number, but the name was wrong. It was addressed to someone with the same first initial as mine, but the last name was different. Close enough to be a mistake, but different enough to be intentional. Inside was a photograph. It showed the interior of an apartment that looked exactly like mine, but the furniture was arranged differently. The bathroom mirror was covered with the same towel I had been using, but in the photo, the towel was pulled back slightly, revealing a reflection that wasn't of the photographer. The reflection belonged to the woman from next door. I called the police. The officer who responded was polite but dismissive. He said people move all the time, especially in buildings like ours. High turnover was normal. The photograph was probably from a real estate listing or a previous tenant. But he kept looking at my bathroom mirror while he talked. Even though it was covered, he seemed drawn to it. His eyes would drift over every few seconds, like he was expecting something to appear. After he left, I found his business card on my kitchen counter. I hadn't seen him put it there, and I certainly hadn't asked for it. The card was blank except for a phone number written in pencil. The handwriting was neat, precise, too perfect to be casual. I called the number. It went straight to voicemail. The voice was familiar but distorted, like it was being played through water. It said, "Leave a message after the tone. Someone will get back to you." I didn't leave a message, but later that night my phone rang, the same number. When I answered, there was only breathing on the other end. Slow, deliberate breathing that matched the rhythm of my own heartbeat. The breathing continued for exactly 1 minute, then stopped. The line went dead. I started checking the building's visitor log. The woman next door had been receiving packages regularly, but not from normal delivery services. The entries were signed by different people each time, but the handwriting was identical. All the signatures belonged to the same person. The packages were always picked up within minutes of being delivered, never by the woman herself, but by the man in the dark coat. He had been coming to the building for months, always at the same time each day, always carrying the same leather briefcase. I followed him once. He walked 3 blocks, then disappeared into a medical office building. When I checked the directory, there was no record of any doctors or clinics on the floor where he had gone, just empty office space available for rent. But the elevator had taken him to the basement level, a floor that wasn't supposed to exist according to the building's public records. I went back to my apartment and covered every reflective surface I could find. The bathroom mirror, the windows, even the black screen of my television. But the reflections were still there, just delayed, always showing something slightly different from what was actually happening. In the kitchen window, I saw myself making coffee, but I was drinking tea. In the television screen, I was reading a book, but I was watching the news. In the mirror, I was someone else entirely. The woman next door had been right to be afraid. She had been right to say she couldn't keep pretending, because whatever was happening in this building, whatever was happening to us, it wasn't random. It was systematic, methodical. And I was beginning to understand that the reflection in my bathroom mirror wasn't delayed at all. It was showing me what I was supposed to be doing, what I was supposed to become. The towel is still folded on the counter every morning, but now I know who puts it there. The same person who answers my phone calls, the same person who signs for packages, the same person who looks back at me from every reflective surface. The person I'm becoming, the person I've always been meant to be. The woman next door understood this before I did. That's why she had to disappear. That's why the apartment below me is empty now. That's why the building manager's fingers are stained with something dark. Because some people can't handle the transition. Some people fight it. Some people prefer to end things on their own terms rather than become someone else entirely. But I'm not fighting it anymore. I'm learning to accept the delayed reflection, learning to match its movements instead of expecting it to match mine. The man in the dark coat still visits the building, still carries his leather briefcase, still smiles that smile that doesn't reach his eyes, but now he nods when he sees me, like he's acknowledging a job well done. Like he's welcoming me to whatever this is. I still don't know what happened to the woman next door, whether she left willingly or was taken, whether she's still alive or something worse. The truth is probably in that basement office that doesn't exist, in the files inside the leather briefcase, in the medical records of people who agreed to become someone else. But I'm not going to look for answers anymore. I'm not going to fight the reflection or question the delayed movements. I'm going to accept what I'm becoming and hope that whoever I used to be will understand. Because the alternative is an empty apartment and a professional cleaning service that specializes in trauma scenes. And I'm not ready for that kind of ending, not yet. The mirror shows me brushing my teeth, but I'm not holding a toothbrush. I'm holding a key to the basement office, a key to the truth about what happened to the woman next door. But I'm not going to use it because some doors are better left closed, some truths are better left buried, some reflections are better left delayed. The towel will be folded on the counter tomorrow morning, and I'll cover the mirror again, and the cycle will continue. Until one day the reflection and I become the same person. until the delay disappears completely, until I stop being me and start being whoever I'm supposed to be. The building will be quiet then, the way it was before the woman next door started typing, the way it will be after I stop fighting what I'm becoming. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. Maybe becoming someone else is better than staying someone who asks too many questions, someone who notices things they're not supposed to notice, someone who can't leave well enough alone. The reflection knows this. That's why it's always one step ahead. That's why it shows me what I need to do instead of what I want to do. It's teaching me to be someone who accepts things as they are, someone who doesn't dig too deep, someone who keeps their mouth shut and their eyes down, someone who deserves to keep their apartment, someone who deserves to stay alive. The woman next door never learned this lesson. That's why she had to go. That's why the cleaning service had to come. That's why the basement office exists. But I'm learning, I'm adapting, I'm becoming. And when the transformation is complete, when the reflection is no longer delayed, when I am finally who I'm supposed to be, maybe then I'll understand what really happened to her. Maybe then I'll understand what's happening to me. Or maybe I'll just stop caring about the answers, stop needing to know, stop being the kind of person who notices when reflections don't match reality. Either way, the mirror will be uncovered, the towel will stay folded, and I'll brush my teeth without testing to see if my reflection follows. Because by then there won't be any difference between us. We'll move in perfect synchronization. We'll be the same person. And whoever that person is, they'll know exactly what happened to the woman next door. They'll know why she had to disappear. They'll know why the building is so quiet now. But they won't tell anyone. They won't ask questions. They won't cause problems. They'll just be grateful to still be here, still be breathing, still be alive. Even if they're not entirely sure who they are anymore. Crime 5, not food, not mold, soil, rich, earthy, fresh. I followed the scent to the floor beneath the sink. I knelt down and pressed my nose to the cabinet. It was stronger there, and underneath, something dark had seeped through the tile grout. I scraped it with a spoon. It came up like potting mix. That night the scent spread to the hallway. And now the plants on my windowsill grow toward the floor. I should have called someone immediately, a plumber maybe, or the building maintenance, but something kept me from picking up the phone. The way the earth felt between my fingers, too clean, too rich, like it belonged somewhere else entirely. The apartment above mine had been empty for weeks. The previous tenant left suddenly, according to the building manager. Personal emergency, she'd said, no forwarding address. The silence from upstairs had become part of my routine, almost comforting after months of hearing footsteps at all hours. I pressed my ear to the ceiling that first night. Nothing, but the soil smell grew stronger in the darkness, seeping through the floorboards like a living thing. My throat felt dry. My hands wouldn't stop trembling. The next morning I found a key under my doormat, brass, worn smooth at the edges. It fit the lock upstairs perfectly. The apartment was identical to mine, but reversed. Same layout, same fixtures, same view of the courtyard, but the air felt different, heavier, and there were plants everywhere, dozens of them arranged in perfect rows along the windows. All dead now, their leaves brown and brittle, but their roots still reaching deep into oversized pots. I touched one of the stems. It crumbled like ash. That's when I noticed the photographs on the kitchen counter. Polaroids scattered carelessly across the surface. They showed the same plants, but alive, thriving, green and lush and somehow unsettling in their perfection. In the corner of each photo, barely visible, was a hand, always the same hand with a distinctive scar across the knuckles. I knew that scar, I'd seen it before, but I couldn't remember where. The smell of soil was overwhelming now. I opened the cabinet under the sink and found the source. The pipes had been disconnected. Instead, there was a hole in the floor, roughly circular, about the size of a dinner plate. The earth below was dark and moist, like a freshly dug grave. I should have left then, but I found myself reaching down, my fingers disappearing into the soft dirt. It was warm, and there was something else there, something hard and smooth, buried just below the surface. I pulled it out slowly, a ceramic fragment, part of a coffee mug with letters painted in faded blue, the word Dad in a child's handwriting. My throat closed. I remembered now, the coffee mug, the scar, the way he'd always held his cup with both hands like he was afraid of dropping it. The building manager had mentioned the tenant's name once, just once in passing, but I'd forgotten it immediately, the way you forget things that don't seem important at the time. Now I wished I could remember. Now I needed to remember. I climbed down through the hole in the floor. The dirt gave way to a small cavity, carved out of the space between the apartments. The walls were lined with plastic sheeting, and the air smelled of fertilizer and something else, something organic and sweet and wrong. There were more photographs here, hundreds of them taped to the plastic walls, all the same plants but taken over months, a time lapse of growth and decay. And in every photo, that same scarred hand tending to the soil with an almost religious devotion. At the bottom of the cavity, I found a notebook. The pages were water damaged, but I could still make out some of the writing. Dates, measurements, notes about soil composition and drainage. And on the last page, a single sentence repeated over and over in increasingly frantic handwriting. It has to grow, it has to grow, it has to grow. I climbed back up, my clothes caked with dirt, my hands shaking. The apartment felt smaller now, claustrophobic, like the walls were pressing in on me. The photographs on the counter had been rearranged. I was certain of it. They formed a pattern now, a sequence. The hand in each photo was pointing, first to the plants, then to the soil, then to something outside the frame. I followed the direction of the pointing finger to the bedroom. The door was ajar, and I could hear something inside. A soft rustling sound like leaves in the wind, but there was no wind. The bedroom was empty except for a mattress on the floor and a single dresser against the wall. But the floorboards had been pulled up, revealing more of that dark, rich soil. And growing up through the earth, impossibly, were green shoots. Dozens of them, reaching toward the ceiling with an almost desperate hunger. I knelt down and touched one of the shoots. It was warm, alive, and as I watched, it grew another inch, its leaves unfurling like tiny hands grasping for light. The rustling sound grew louder. All around me the plants were growing, faster now, their roots pushing deeper into the soil, their stems stretching toward the windows. And underneath it all, that sweet, organic smell was getting stronger. I backed toward the door, but something caught my foot. A root, thick and pale, had wrapped around my ankle. I tried to pull free, but it held tight. More roots were emerging from the soil, reaching for me with blind persistence. I tore myself loose and ran for the hallway. Behind me, I could hear the plants growing, their leaves rustling like whispers in a language I didn't want to understand. Back in my own apartment, I locked the door and checked every window, but the soil smell was here too now, stronger than ever, and in the kitchen, beneath the sink, I could hear something moving, something scratching at the pipes from below. I called the building manager, got her voicemail, called the police. They said they'd send someone by in the morning, called my sister. She didn't answer. I sat on my couch and stared at the ceiling. Somewhere above me, those plants were still growing, still reaching, still hungry for something I couldn't name. Crime 6, I found it behind the furnace, a narrow wooden door I'd never noticed. The frame was rough, freshly scratched. The nails were bent inward as if someone had hammered them while standing inside. I pulled one loose. The air that escaped smelled like old sweat and cold steel. I didn't open it, but something thumped against it the next night, 3 times, slow, measured. The house had been my grandfather's. When he passed, I inherited everything, his debts, his memories, and this basement that always felt too cold. I'd been living here for weeks, sorting through boxes of documents, old photographs, and receipts that meant nothing to anyone anymore. The door blended perfectly with the basement wall, painted the same dull gray. I might have missed it forever if the furnace hadn't started making that grinding noise, forcing me to crawl back there with a flashlight. The wood was newer than the rest of the basement. Someone had installed it recently, maybe within the last few months. The scratches around the frame looked desperate, like claw marks, but it was the nails that disturbed me most, thick, industrial nails driven deep into the wood, their heads flattened from repeated hammering. I pressed my ear against the door. Silence, but the smell grew stronger, metallic, organic, wrong. The next morning I called my aunt. She'd lived next door to my grandfather for 20 years, watched him decline, helped him with groceries when his hands started shaking. There's a door in the basement, I told her, behind the furnace. The pause, what kind of door? Wooden, nailed shut from the inside. Her breathing changed. Your grandfather mentioned something about noise, said someone was living in the walls. We thought it was the medication talking. What kind of noise? Scratching, always at night. He'd call me terrified, saying someone was trying to get out. I hung up and went back to the basement. The door looked different in daylight, smaller, more fragile. I touched the nails again. Some were loose, worked free from the inside, then hammered back into place. Someone had been trying to escape. I found the police report buried in a box of my grandfather's papers. A missing person case from 6 months ago. A drifter, no family, no permanent address. Last seen in our neighborhood, asking for work, sleeping in abandoned buildings. The description was vague, medium height, thin build, dark hair, but there was a photograph. The eyes looked familiar, though I couldn't place where I'd seen them. I brought the report to the police station. The detective who'd handled the case was still there, older now, tired. We searched every house in the area, he said. Your grandfather was cooperative. Let us look everywhere. Did you check the basement? Of course, nothing unusual. But I remembered the door, the fresh scratches, the bent nails. When exactly did you search the house? He flipped through his notes. The day after the report was filed, your grandfather seemed genuinely concerned, said he'd been hearing things, wanted to help. That night I sat in the basement with a crowbar. The thumping had started again, weaker now, more irregular. I pried at the nails, working them loose one by one. The wood protested, creaking under pressure. The door swung open. The space behind was smaller than a closet, carved out of the foundation. The walls were scratched, gouged by fingernails. In the corner, a pile of food containers, empty water bottles, and blankets. And photographs, dozens of them. Pictures of my grandfather's house, the neighborhood people walking their dogs, children playing, all taken from inside through basement windows. At the bottom of the pile, a journal. The handwriting was shaky, desperate. He brings food but never speaks. The door locks from outside. I tried to break it, but he nailed it shut. He watches me through the crack, says I'm helping him with something important. The scratching is me. I scratch the walls so someone will hear, so someone will know I'm here. He talks about his grandson sometimes, says the house will be empty soon, says I won't be needed anymore. The last entry was dated 2 weeks ago. He's getting sicker, forgets to bring food. I'm so weak now. If someone finds this, check the furnace. There's something else, something he made me do. I looked at the furnace, really looked at it. The access panel was slightly ajar, held shut with wire. Inside, wrapped in plastic, more photographs. These were different, surveillance photos of people in the neighborhood, notes about their schedules, their routines, their children, plans written in my grandfather's careful handwriting. And at the bottom, ID cards, driver's licenses, credit cards, all from people who'd gone missing over the past year. I understood then why the drifter's eyes had looked familiar. I'd seen them in the photographs my grandfather kept on his mantle, not the drifter, the photographer, the person who'd been taking pictures through basement windows, documenting the neighborhood for months before disappearing. My grandfather hadn't been the victim of break-ins, he'd been the collector. The basement felt different now, heavy with secrets. I thought about all the times I'd visited, all the conversations we'd had. He'd always been interested in my neighbors, asking about their habits, their families. I found the key in his bedroom, hidden inside a book. It fit the lock I'd missed, a small deadbolt installed on the outside of the wooden door. The person inside hadn't been trying to escape. They'd been locked in. But the scratches on the walls, the bent nails, the desperate journal entries, they told a different story. Someone had been imprisoned there, forced to watch, to document, to participate in something they didn't understand. I called the police, but what could I tell them? That my grandfather, who died peacefully in his sleep, had been keeping someone prisoner. That the missing person they'd never found had been living in our basement, taking photographs, cataloging potential victims. The detective listened, took notes, promised to investigate, but I could see the skepticism in his eyes. My grandfather had been a pillar of the community, a gentle old man who fed stray cats and helped his neighbors. The door remains open now. The small room behind it is empty, cleaned out by forensics teams who found nothing conclusive. No body, no definitive proof of imprisonment, no evidence of violence. But I know what I read in that journal. I know what I saw in those photographs. The neighborhood is quieter now. People keep their curtains closed, their doors locked. The missing person reports have stopped, but I'm not sure if that's because the threat is gone or because people are more careful. I still live in the house. I sleep in my grandfather's bed, eat at his kitchen table, sort through his belongings. But I can't shake the feeling that I'm missing something, that there's another door, another hidden space, another secret he kept from all of us. Sometimes I hear scratching in the walls, not from the basement, from upstairs, from the attic, from places I haven't thought to look. And sometimes when I'm going through his papers, I find photographs I don't remember seeing before, recent ones, Pictures of the neighborhood, of my neighbors, of people going about their daily lives. Pictures that couldn't have been taken by my grandfather, because he died 3 months ago. The camera is still here, still loaded with film, still being used by someone who knows the house, who understands his system, who continues his work. I've started locking my bedroom door. I've installed security cameras, changed the locks, called the police again. But they found nothing, no signs of forced entry, no evidence of an intruder. The photographs keep appearing, the scratching continues, and I'm beginning to understand that whatever my grandfather started, it didn't end with his death. The door was nailed from the inside, but someone had to hammer those nails. Someone had to decide when the door would open, when the prisoner would be fed, when the surveillance would end. I thought that someone was my grandfather, but the photographs are still being taken. The scratching is still happening, and I'm starting to realize that maybe the person behind the door wasn't the victim. Maybe they were the apprentice. Crime 7, I had painted the wall pale blue, 2 coats, let it dry. When I woke, it was dark, so dark it looked wet. I touched it, the texture was different, slick, almost waxy. The roller marks were gone, replaced by long, smooth, vertical strokes. Like someone had painted with their fingers. I checked the paint cans, still sealed. But on the wall, a faint handprint remained. The house had been empty for 3 months when I bought it. The previous owner had left suddenly. The realtor told me, family emergency. She spoke with that careful tone people use when they know more than they're saying. I pressed my palm against the handprint. It was smaller than mine. Delicate fingers, narrow wrist. The print was high on the wall, too high for a child, but perfect for someone standing on their toes, reaching up desperately. The smell hit me then, sweet and chemical, like paint thinner mixed with something organic, something that reminded me of the hospital where my mother had spent her final weeks. I stepped back and noticed something else. The baseboards along that wall had been cleaned recently. The wood was lighter than the rest of the room, as if someone had scrubbed them with bleach. The floorboards beneath showed the same pattern, clean strips where furniture had been moved, then replaced. The neighbor across the street had been watching me through her kitchen window since I moved in. She was there now, her silhouette barely visible behind sheer curtains. I walked outside and crossed the street. Her name was on the mailbox, but she introduced herself differently when she answered the door. She was nervous, her hands gripping the door frame. She asked if I was settling in well, if I'd met the previous owner. When I said no, she looked relieved. She told me about the woman who had lived there before me. Quiet type, kept to herself, had a daughter who visited sometimes. The daughter had pale skin and dark hair, always wore gloves even in summer. They had fights that carried through the thin walls, voices rising and falling in patterns that suggested old arguments, familiar territory. The neighbor remembered the last fight. It had been different, longer. The daughter's voice had gotten higher, more desperate, then silence for days. The mother had left shortly after, taking only a single suitcase. I thanked her and walked back to my house. The handprint on the wall seemed darker now, more defined. I took a photo with my phone, then called the realtor. She was reluctant to talk, professional boundaries, she said, but I pressed, mentioning the wall, the handprint, the smell that wouldn't fade. Her voice changed. She asked if I had been in the basement yet. I hadn't. The door was painted shut, or so I had assumed, but when I examined it closely, I saw the paint was fresh, deliberate, Someone had sealed it recently, multiple coats applied in haste. The paint peeled away easily under my fingernails. The door opened with a soft click. The basement was smaller than it should have been. A wall had been built across the middle, cutting the space in half. The new wall was covered in the same dark paint as upstairs, but here the handprints were everywhere, dozens of them overlapping at different heights. Some were pressed flat against the surface, others showed fingers clawing, scraping. The smell was stronger down here, sweet and sick, concentrated in the corners where the new wall met the old foundation. I found a loose board near the floor and pried it away with my keys. The space behind the wall was narrow, maybe 3 feet wide. It had been someone's hiding place or prison. A sleeping bag lay crumpled in one corner next to empty water bottles and food containers. The walls were covered in writing, scratched into the paint with fingernails or keys. Most of it was illegible, desperate scratches that formed no words, but one message was clear, repeated over and over: "She knows I know." I photographed everything, then called the police. The officer who responded was young, professionally skeptical. He examined the basement with a flashlight, took notes, asked about my relationship with the previous owner. When I said I had never met her, he seemed to relax. He told me old houses often had hidden spaces. Previous owners sometimes built walls to hide damage or create storage. The writing could be from anyone: kids playing, workers leaving marks. The handprints were probably from the renovation work. But he took photos anyway, and he asked me to call if I found anything else. I spent the next week researching the house's history. The previous owner had lived there for 15 years, always alone according to the records, but the neighbor had mentioned a daughter. I drove to the county courthouse and searched through property records, tax documents, utility bills. Her name appeared consistently for over a decade, but there was no record of a daughter. No additional names on any documents, no emergency contacts, no beneficiaries. According to every official source, she had lived completely alone. I called the utility company. The representative was helpful, chatty even. She pulled up the account history and mentioned how unusual it was that the bills had been so high for a single person. Electric usage suggested multiple people, maybe someone who was home constantly, who never left the house. That evening I found the box of personal items the previous owner had left behind. The realtor had mentioned it, said it was probably forgotten in the move. It had been in the basement, pushed against the far wall where I hadn't looked carefully. Inside were photographs, documents, and a journal with a leather cover worn smooth by handling. The photos showed 2 women. One was older, with sharp features and tired eyes. The other was younger, pale with dark hair, wearing long sleeves that covered her arms completely. The journal entries were erratic, sometimes coherent, sometimes rambling. They described a daughter who was sick, who needed constant care, who couldn't be left alone. The entries grew more desperate over time, mentioning appointments that couldn't be kept, treatments that weren't working, medications that weren't helping. The final entries were different. They described arguments, accusations, a daughter who was getting worse instead of better, who was becoming suspicious, asking questions, threatening to tell someone about the treatments. The handwriting became increasingly frantic, less legible. The last entry was a single line: "She's not getting better because she was never sick." I closed the journal and looked at the photographs again. The younger woman's eyes were familiar. I had seen them before in the neighbor's description, in the desperate handprints on the wall. But there was something else, something about the way she stood, the way she held her shoulders. I pulled out the photo I had taken of the handprint upstairs. The size was right, but the angle was wrong. I held my own hand up to the wall, trying to match the position. To reach that high, standing on tiptoes, my fingers would have been stretched differently. Unless I wasn't standing on the floor. I went back to the basement and examined the hidden space again. The ceiling was low, maybe 7 feet. If someone had been standing on something, reaching up toward the ceiling, their handprint would match the angle upstairs. I looked up. The ceiling of the hidden space was the floor of the room above, the pale blue room where I had painted over the handprint. She had been trying to reach through. I called the police again. This time I spoke to a detective, someone older who listened to the entire story without interrupting. He came to the house with a forensics team and spent hours documenting everything. They took samples of the paint, the writing, the items in the box. The detective told me they would need to contact other jurisdictions, search for missing persons reports, look for any record of the daughter's existence. He asked if I would be comfortable staying in the house while they investigated. I said yes, but I moved my bedroom to the front of the house, away from the pale blue wall that now seemed to breathe in the darkness. The investigation took weeks. The forensics team found traces of sedatives in the paint samples from the basement. They found hair and skin cells embedded in the scratches on the walls. They found records of medical equipment purchases, prescriptions filled under false names, a pattern of isolation and control that had lasted for years. But they never found the daughter. The previous owner had disappeared completely. Her car was found abandoned at a bus station, her bank accounts emptied, her identity effectively erased. She had planned her exit carefully, leaving behind only the house and the evidence of what she had done. The detective told me the daughter had been kept in the basement for months, maybe years. The handprints showed signs of malnutrition. The writing suggested someone who had been heavily medicated, confused, desperate. The mother had been slowly poisoning her, keeping her weak and dependent while presenting herself to the world as a devoted caregiver. The daughter had figured it out, had tried to escape. The final confrontation had ended with the mother's flight and the daughter's disappearance. Whether she had escaped or been silenced, no one could say. I sold the house within a month. The new owners planned to renovate completely, to strip away the dark paint and rebuild the basement. They seemed happy, optimistic about their fresh start. I never told them about the sounds I heard in those final weeks. The scratching from inside the walls, the soft footsteps in the basement, the whispered voice that called out during the deepest part of the night. I never told them about the morning I woke to find my own handprint on the wall, pressed into the fresh paint I had applied before bed. My hand, but not my gesture. The fingers were stretched upward, reaching desperately towards something I couldn't see. The paint had changed overnight again, but this time I understood why. Someone was still trying to reach through. Crime ate rain outside, always, but through my kitchen window there was sunlight. I stepped closer. The light didn't warm the floor. The trees beyond the glass didn't match the ones behind the house. I opened the window. There was only darkness. When I shut it, the sunny view returned, and something was standing in it. The figure was too far to make out clearly, but it stood perfectly still among the bright, impossible trees. I pressed my face against the glass, breath fogging the surface. The figure remained motionless, as if waiting. I had inherited this house from my uncle just 2 months earlier, the same uncle who had disappeared without explanation, leaving behind only mortgage payments and a collection of unopened mail. The police had closed his case after finding no evidence of foul play. Missing person, they said. Adults have the right to vanish. But now I wondered if he had seen what I was seeing. The rain continued its relentless drumming on the roof, yet the window showed clear skies and golden afternoon light. I reached for my phone to capture this impossibility, but the camera showed only rain-soaked glass in the familiar backyard. Through the lens, everything looked normal. Wrong, but normal. I set the phone down and looked again. The sunny scene returned, complete with the motionless figure. The house felt different after that. Sounds carried strangely through the halls, and I found myself checking every window, comparing what I saw with what should be there. Most showed the expected views: rain, gray sky, the neighbor's fence. But 3 windows in the house displayed something else entirely. The bathroom window showed a desert landscape at what seemed like dusk. The bedroom window overlooked a busy street I had never seen before, and the kitchen window continued its impossible sunny day with the figure that never moved. I started keeping a journal of what I observed, describing each discrepancy in detail. The handwriting looked increasingly erratic as the days passed. My uncle's handwriting, I realized, had looked similarly shaky in his final letters. Going through his belongings, I found a shoebox filled with photographs. Most were ordinary family pictures, but several showed windows. Different windows, different views. Some matched what I was seeing. Others showed landscapes I hadn't encountered yet. On the back of each photograph, my uncle had written notes in his careful script. Day 15, figure moved closer. Day 23, second figure appeared. Day 41, they know I'm watching. The photographs were dated. The progression spanned nearly 3 months before they stopped abruptly. I compared the dates to his disappearance. The final photograph was taken exactly 1 week before he vanished. That night I positioned myself at the kitchen window and waited. The figure remained in its usual spot, but as I watched it began to turn, slowly, deliberately, until it faced the house, faced me. Even from this distance, I could see it was looking directly at me. I stumbled backward, knocking over a chair. When I looked again, the figure had returned to its original position, profile turned away as if nothing had happened. Sleep became impossible. I found myself drawn to the windows throughout the night, checking and rechecking what they showed. The desert window now displayed what looked like a sunset, though the light never seemed to change. The street window showed the same traffic patterns, the same pedestrians walking the same routes in an endless loop. But the kitchen window had changed. The figure was closer now, close enough that I could make out details. A tall person in dark clothing, standing perfectly still among the swaying trees. The trees moved with a breeze I couldn't feel in a place that couldn't exist. I decided to contact the previous owner, the woman who had sold the house to my uncle. Her number was in his address book, written in faded ink. She answered on the 4th ring, her voice cautious when I explained who I was. I wondered when someone would call, she said. Your uncle asked similar questions when he first moved in. Questions about what? About the previous tenant, about why the house had been empty for so long before he bought it. She told me about the man who had lived there before my uncle, a quiet person who had complained about maintenance issues with the windows. He had requested repairs multiple times, claiming the glass was defective, showing reflections that didn't match the surroundings. Did he mention seeing anything specific? I asked. He said the windows were lying to him. That's how he put it. Said they showed places that weren't there, people who shouldn't exist. The conversation ended abruptly when she realized I was experiencing the same phenomena. She hung up without saying goodbye. I spent the rest of the day researching the house's history. Property records showed it had changed hands frequently over the past 20 years. Average tenancy was less than 6 months. Several owners had simply abandoned the property, leaving behind their belongings and disappearing. Each abandonment followed a similar pattern: initial complaints about faulty windows, requests for repairs that contractors couldn't identify problems with, then sudden departure, often in the middle of lease agreements. The pattern was clear, but understanding it felt impossible. That evening I noticed something new in the kitchen window. The figure wasn't alone anymore. A second shape stood beside it, equally still, equally focused on the house. Both figures were closer now, close enough that I could see they were watching me with the same intensity I was watching them. I tried closing the curtains, but they wouldn't block the view. The sunny landscape shone through the fabric as if it weren't there. The figures remained visible, patient, and unwavering. My uncle's journal entries became more frantic toward the end. His handwriting deteriorated into barely legible scrawl. The final entry was a single sentence repeated over and over. "They're not in the windows are in them." I didn't understand what he meant until I found myself standing in the backyard, looking up at the house. The kitchen window was dark from the outside, reflecting nothing but rain and gray sky. But I could see myself inside, standing at the window, watching the sunny landscape with its motionless figures. I was in two places at once, or perhaps I wasn't in either place at all. The realization hit me like cold water. The windows weren't showing other places. They were showing where I was supposed to be, where I was meant to go. I went back inside and stood at the kitchen window. The figures were gone, but the sunny landscape remained. Instead of looking out at them, I was looking at an empty space where they had been standing. An empty space exactly the size of a person. The bathroom window now showed the same desert, but from a different angle. The bedroom window showed the same street, but from a different perspective. All the windows were showing the same impossible world, just from different viewpoints. And in each window there was an empty space where someone should be standing. I understood then why my uncle had disappeared, why all the previous tenants had abandoned their belongings and vanished. They hadn't disappeared from this world. They had been called to another one. The windows weren't showing other places. They were showing home. I packed a small bag, though I wasn't sure why. Some instinct told me I wouldn't need much where I was going. The house felt different now, like a waiting room rather than a home, a place between places. Standing at the kitchen window one last time, I placed my hand against the glass. It was warm to the touch, despite the cold rain outside. The sunny landscape beckoned, peaceful and still. I could see the empty spaces where the figures had been. One was the right size for my uncle, another for the previous tenant, a third for the person before that. And one, I realized, was exactly the right size for me. The window opened easily this time, revealing not darkness but warm air and the scent of unfamiliar flowers. I could hear birds singing in the distance and the sound of wind through leaves. I climbed through. The house stands empty now, rain drumming against its windows. The new owner will arrive soon. drawn by the reasonable price and the seller's eagerness to close quickly. They'll notice the strange views through certain windows, the landscapes that don't match the surroundings. They'll start keeping a journal, taking photographs, researching the house's history. They'll find this account left behind like all the others, and they'll understand what they're being offered. Joyce. Some people fight it longer than others. Some abandon the house and flee, but they always return. The windows call to them, showing them where they belong. The rain never stops in this world, but through the right windows, there's always sunlight waiting. And figures standing perfectly still, watching patiently for the next person to join them in that bright, impossible place where the sky is always clear and the trees never stop swaying in a breeze that smells like home. Crime 9, it was a journal, blank pages. I wrote something small just to test the ink. The next day there was a reply, same handwriting, same pen, different message. At first it asked questions, then it started telling me what I had done, things I had buried. Now I don't write in it anymore. But the pages keep filling themselves. I found the journal in her apartment after the funeral. The landlord had given me 3 days to clear everything out before they changed the locks. The place still smelled like her vanilla candles, mixed with something else I couldn't identify, something stale and forgotten. The journal was tucked between cooking magazines on the kitchen counter, leather-bound, unremarkable, the kind of thing you buy with good intentions and never use. I almost threw it away with the rest of her things, but something made me keep it. Maybe I thought I could honor her memory by finally writing in it. She had been my neighbor for 2 years. We shared the same building, the same mailbox cluster, the same view of the parking lot. She was quiet, always polite when we passed in the hallway, the kind of person who existed in the periphery of your life until suddenly she didn't exist at all. The official cause of death was listed as accidental drowning. They found her in the bathtub, fully clothed, no signs of struggle, no note. The detective who handled the case had tired eyes and spoke in monotone. He said these things happened more often than people realized. Depression, he suggested, isolation, the modern epidemic. I started writing in the journal that same week. Simple entries at first, what I ate for breakfast, the weather, my thoughts about returning to work after taking bereavement leave. The pen felt heavy in my hand, like it was made of something denser than plastic. The first response appeared on a Tuesday. I opened the journal to continue writing, and there it was, in my own handwriting, though I had no memory of writing it. Why did you really keep this journal? I stared at the page for a long time. The ink matched exactly. The pressure of the pen strokes, the slight rightward slant of the letters, everything was identical to my writing. I convinced myself I had written it during a moment of distraction, perhaps while thinking about something else entirely. I wrote back I wanted to remember her properly. The next morning, another response, but you barely knew her. You never even learned her first name. This was true. I had always called her by her last name, the one printed on her mailbox. It seemed formal enough to maintain appropriate distance. I realized I had attended her funeral without ever knowing what her friends called her in private moments. The handwriting continued to appear, always questions at first, always in my own script. The journal asked about the night she died, about the sounds I heard from her apartment, about why I hadn't checked on her when the music stopped playing at an unusual time. I had heard the music stop. Her apartment shared a wall with mine, and she always played soft instrumental pieces in the evening. Classical guitar, mostly. The silence that followed was different from her usual routine, but I had simply assumed she had gone to bed. "You knew something was wrong," the journal wrote. "You stood by the wall and listened for 20 minutes." I had stood by the wall, I remembered now. The sudden quiet had felt incomplete, like a sentence cut off mid-thought, but I had convinced myself it was none of my business. People change their routines. People go to bed at different times. I had returned to my television show and tried to forget the feeling in my stomach. The writing became more specific. It mentioned the spare key she kept under the flower pot by her door. It asked why I had never used it, even when I suspected she might need help. It described the way her apartment had looked that night, details I couldn't possibly know unless I had been inside. The bathroom door was open, appeared one morning. The water was still running. She was wearing the blue dress from the laundry room. I remembered the blue dress. She had been folding it in the basement laundry room the week before her death. We had nodded at each other in our usual polite way. She had seemed tired then, more tired than usual. Her movements were slower, more deliberate. The journal began describing things I had never seen but somehow knew. The way her hands shook when she sorted her mail. The prescription bottles lined up on her bathroom counter. The phone calls she received late at night that always seemed to upset her. "You watched her through the peephole," the writing accused. "You saw her crying in the hallway after those calls." I had watched her, not intentionally, but I had developed a habit of looking through the peephole when I heard movement in the hallway. It was curiosity, nothing more, or so I told myself. But I had seen her distress, had witnessed moments of vulnerability she thought were private. The journal started revealing details about her final day. How she had knocked on my door earlier that evening, how she had stood in the hallway for several minutes before walking away. I remembered hearing the soft knocking, but I had been watching something on television and hadn't wanted to pause it. I had assumed it was a package delivery or someone selling something. She needed to talk to someone, the journal wrote. She had made a decision and wanted to tell someone about it, anyone. The writing began to change. Instead of questions, it started providing answers. It told me about the man who had been calling her. Someone from her past who had found her address, who had been threatening to visit. It described the fear that had been growing in her apartment, the way she had started checking the locks multiple times each night. "He came that night," appeared on a page I was certain had been blank, "after you ignored her knocking, after you chose your television show over her desperation." I tried to stop reading, but the journal kept filling itself. New entries appeared even when I placed it in a drawer, even when I tried to hide it behind other books. The handwriting remained perfectly identical to mine, as if I was writing confessions in my sleep. The journal described the confrontation in her apartment, how the man had used the spare key when she wouldn't answer the door, how she had tried to hide in the bathroom, running water to mask the sound of her movements, how it had ended with her struggling in the bathtub, her blue dress becoming heavy with water. "You heard the splashing," the journal wrote. "You heard her calling for help. You turned up the volume on your television." I had heard something, water running for too long, a sound that could have been someone calling out, but I had explained it away, had convinced myself it was just the building's old pipes, just the echo of sound through thin walls. The most disturbing entry appeared on a page that had definitely been blank the night before. "You could have saved her. You knew someone was in her apartment. You chose not to get involved." I wanted to throw the journal away, to burn it, to pretend I had never found it, but I kept reading. Each new entry revealed more details about my own actions, my own choices, how I had seen the man leaving her building that night, how I had recognized him from previous visits but had never reported his presence, how I had made myself complicit through inaction. The journal described my behavior after finding her body, how I had waited before calling for help, how I had been more concerned with appearing uninvolved than with getting her assistance, how I had practiced my shocked expression in the mirror before speaking to the police. "You cleaned the peephole," one entry read. "You were worried about fingerprints, about evidence of your watching." I had cleaned the peephole. I had also rehearsed my statement about being a concerned neighbor who barely knew her. I had emphasized our lack of relationship, our minimal interaction, the professional distance I had maintained. The writing continued to appear, revealing layers of my own complicity, how I had known about her fear, had witnessed her distress, had chosen comfort over compassion, how I had been present for her final attempts to reach out and had decided she wasn't my responsibility. "She wrote you a letter," appeared one morning. "She slipped it under your door after you ignored her knocking. You found it that night and threw it away without reading it." I remembered the letter, a folded piece of paper that had been pushed under my door. I had assumed it was advertising or a building notice. I had discarded it without examination, focused on returning to my evening routine. "It was a goodbye letter," the journal continued. "She had decided to end her own life. She wanted someone to know why. She wanted someone to understand that she couldn't live with the fear anymore." The final entries described my role in her decision, how my refusal to engage had confirmed her belief that she was truly alone, how my indifference had been the final weight that made her choice feel inevitable. "You were the last person who could have changed her mind," the journal wrote. "She knocked on your door because she saw you as her final hope. When you didn't answer, she accepted that no one would care if she disappeared." I stopped opening the journal after that. I placed it in a box with her other belongings, items I had kept meaning to donate to charity. But I could still sense it writing itself, filling pages with truths I wasn't prepared to acknowledge. The detective called me last week. He said they were reopening the case, that new evidence had emerged. Someone had come forward with information about a man who had been harassing her. They wanted to interview me again, to ask if I had noticed anything unusual in the days before her death. I told him I hadn't noticed anything. I said we barely knew each other, that I had been surprised to learn of her troubles. I maintained the same story I had told before, the same careful distance. But I know the journal is still writing. I can feel it filling pages with details about my lies, about my choice to remain uninvolved even now. It knows I could provide information that might help solve her case, might bring some justice to her memory. Instead, I choose silence. I choose the same comfortable distance that killed her the first time. The journal understands this about me. It knows I am not the innocent bystander I pretend to be. It knows I am someone who watches suffering through a peephole and calls it coincidence. Sometimes I think about reading those final entries, about learning what other truths the journal has discovered about my character. But I suspect I already know what it would say. I suspect it would describe someone who is content to let the dead keep their secrets, as long as those secrets don't disturb his evening routine. The journal is still writing. It will keep writing until someone is brave enough to read the whole truth. That someone will not be me. Crime 10, it was framed like the others, same size, same matting, but I didn't recognize the room in it. A living room, bare, empty, except for a chair facing away. I asked around, no one had hung it. The next day there was something new in the photo. The chair was turned slightly, and something sat in it. I work for an estate clearing company. We handle the belongings of people who die alone, no family to claim their things. The job teaches you that death leaves behind more questions than answers. Personal effects tell stories, but they're always incomplete, always missing crucial pages. The house belonged to an elderly woman. Her neighbors described her as quiet, kept to herself. The kind of person who waves from her window but never invites you inside. The police found her after 3 weeks. Natural causes, they said, heart failure, nothing suspicious. But that photograph bothered me. I'd cataloged every picture in the house, family portraits from decades past, vacation snapshots, holiday gatherings, all featuring the same faces, the same rooms, the same familiar settings. This one stood out like a foreign object in a carefully curated collection. The frame was identical to the others, suggesting it belonged to the same set, but the image inside showed a room I'd never seen in that house. Hardwood floors where there should have been carpet, windows on the wrong wall, architecture that didn't match. I asked my supervisor about it. She shrugged. Sometimes family members drop off items without telling us. Sometimes previous tenants leave things behind. Sometimes photographs get mixed up between jobs. But something about her explanation felt rehearsed, like she'd given it before. I took the picture home that night, studied it under better lighting. The chair was an old recliner, burgundy leather cracked with age. It faced away from the camera, toward what appeared to be a window, though the reflection showed only darkness. The next morning I returned to finish the job. The house felt different, colder. The air carried a mustiness that hadn't been there before, like old books left in a damp basement. I went straight to the wall where the photograph had hung. The nail was still there, but the picture was gone. In its place was a different one. Same frame, same matting, but now the chair and the image had turned. Just slightly, maybe 15 degrees. And there was something sitting in it. A shadow, a shape, too indistinct to make out clearly, but unmistakably human in its proportions. As if someone had been photographed in low light, their features absorbed by darkness. My hands trembled as I lifted the frame from the wall. The glass was warm to the touch. The image seemed to shift in my peripheral vision, but when I looked directly at it, everything appeared static. I called my supervisor. She didn't answer. I called again, still nothing. I spent the rest of the day going through the woman's belongings with renewed attention, looking for connections, clues, anything that might explain the photograph. In her bedroom dresser, I found a stack of letters bound with a rubber band. The handwriting was shaky, desperate. Someone writing to the woman, pleading with her to stop, to leave them alone, to forget what had happened. The letters were unsigned, no return address, but they referenced the photograph, called it a violation, a threat. One letter stood out. You can't make me see what isn't there. I know what you're doing with that picture. I know what you want me to believe. I read it 3 times. The words seemed to rearrange themselves each time, taking on new meanings. The paper smelled faintly of cigarette smoke and desperation. That evening I drove to the house again. I told myself I was being thorough, professional, but really I couldn't stop thinking about the photograph, about the shape in the chair, about the way it seemed to be watching me. The house was dark. I used my key to enter. The photograph hung in its usual place, but something had changed again. The figure in the chair was clearer now, still shadowy but more defined. I could make out the suggestion of shoulders, the curve of a head turned toward the camera. I took the picture down and examined it more closely. The back of the frame had been opened recently, fresh scratch marks on the metal tabs. Inside, between the photograph and the backing, was a small piece of paper. A phone number written in the same shaky handwriting as the letters. I called it from my car. It rang once before someone answered. A man's voice, rough with age and fear. "She's dead," I said. "The woman who lived here. I found your number." Silence. "Then you shouldn't have called." "I found the letters and the photograph. I need to know what happened." "Some things are better left buried." "What's in the picture? What am I looking at?" Another pause, longer this time. "My brother, he died in that chair, heart attack. We found him facing the window, looking out at nothing." "But this isn't the same house." "No, it isn't." The line went quiet except for the sound of his breathing, heavy, labored, like someone carrying a weight they couldn't put down. "She took the picture," he continued. "Day of the funeral, came into our house with some story about documenting the scene. Said she was helping the police, but the police never asked for photographs." "Why would she do that?" "Because she was there the day he died. She was supposed to check on him. We paid her to look in on him twice a week, but she stopped coming, stopped caring. When we found him, he'd been dead for days." I felt the pieces clicking together. The guilt, the obsession, the photograph as a form of penance or proof. "She kept the picture," I said. "She kept the picture, and every few months she'd call, tell me she could see him in it, tell me he was trying to say something, trying to tell her something." "What did you do?" "I told her to leave us alone, to throw the damn thing away. But she wouldn't, said she owed him that much, said she had to keep watching." The conversation ended abruptly. The line went dead, leaving me sitting in the darkness outside the dead woman's house, holding a photograph of a dead man in a chair. I drove home and put the picture on my kitchen table, stared at it while I ate dinner. The figure seemed more solid now, more present, as if the act of learning its story had given it weight. I called my supervisor the next morning. She finally answered. "I need to know about the previous clearing jobs, the ones involving photographs." "What are you talking about?" "The woman who died, she had a photograph that doesn't belong to her. I think she took it from another job, another house." "That's impossible. We have strict protocols." "Then explain the picture." She was quiet for a long moment. Some people form attachments to objects, to places, to responsibilities they can't fulfill. It's not uncommon in this line of work. "You knew about this." "I knew she sometimes took things, small things, photographs, letters, items that reminded her of cases that didn't go well." "Cases?" "She used to work for social services, elder care, before she retired, before she started working with us." The truth was simple and terrible. The woman had been a caregiver who'd failed in her duty. A man had died alone because she'd stopped checking on him. She'd taken his photograph not as a memento, but as a form of self-punishment, a reminder of her failure that she couldn't bring herself to discard. But knowing the truth didn't make the photograph less disturbing. The figure in the chair seemed to grow more distinct each time I looked at it, more accusatory, as if it knew I'd inherited not just the image, but the guilt it represented. I tried to throw it away, put it in the trash 3 times, but each time I found myself retrieving it, telling myself I needed to return it to the family, to close the circle. But when I called the number again, it was disconnected. I went back to the house one final time. The new owners had already begun moving in. Fresh paint, new furniture, the smell of possibility replacing the odor of neglect. I asked if they'd found any photographs left behind. They looked at me strangely and said no, nothing had been left behind. I still have the photograph. It sits in my desk drawer at home, face down. I tell myself I'll deal with it eventually, return it to someone who cares, but I know I won't. Because sometimes I take it out and look at it, and each time the figure in the chair seems a little clearer, a little more present, as if the act of looking is slowly bringing it back to life. The woman who kept the photograph understood something I'm only beginning to grasp. Some debts can't be paid. Some responsibilities can't be transferred. Some guilt can't be absolved by simply knowing the truth. The photograph is more than an image now. It's a witness, a judge, a reminder that some failures echo across time, passed from one caretaker to another, never truly resolved. And sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, I swear I can hear the chair creaking, as if someone is shifting their weight, getting comfortable, settling in for a long wait. The picture shows a different house, but the guilt it contains is exactly the same. Crime 11, the light would shift, but the shadows didn't. They lingered, hung on walls where they shouldn't. I passed one once and it didn't move with me. It stood still. I turned off every light in the house, sat in complete darkness, and still saw it outlined faintly on the floor, breathing. The house belonged to her now, the woman who used to smile at me from across the street, who would wave when I walked my dog past her garden, the woman who hadn't been seen in weeks. Her neighbor called me first, said the mailbox was overflowing, newspapers piling up on the porch, the kind of details that make your stomach turn before you even know why. I'm a private investigator, and missing persons cases usually start with these small, ordinary observations that feel anything but ordinary. The police had done their initial sweep. No signs of struggle, they said, no forced entry. Personal belongings still in place, just a woman who seemed to have vanished from her own life without taking anything with her. But I noticed things they didn't, the way dust had settled on the kitchen counter in a perfect outline where something rectangular had been, the way the refrigerator hummed louder than it should, as if it had been unplugged and plugged back in recently, the way the bathroom mirror had been wiped clean, but only in the center, leaving finger smudges around the edges. I spent the first afternoon walking through each room, letting my eyes adjust to the particular quality of light that filters through windows when no one has opened them for weeks. The air felt thick, almost syrupy, carrying the faint scent of something sweet that had turned. Her bedroom told the most interesting story. The bed was made, but not carefully, the kind of hasty smoothing someone does when they're in a hurry or distracted. The closet door hung slightly open, revealing clothes pushed to one side as if someone had been searching for something specific. On the nightstand, a book lay open to a page about halfway through. The bookmark had been placed 3 chapters earlier. Someone had been reading, stopped, and never returned to finish the story. I photographed everything, the angles of shadows cast by furniture, the way light fell across the hardwood floors, the precise arrangement of items on the kitchen table. In missing persons cases, sometimes the absence of disturbance is more telling than any evidence of violence. The basement drew me back repeatedly. It smelled different down there, like damp earth and something metallic. The concrete floor showed where patterns where feet had walked the same path over and over. A workbench against the far wall held tools arranged with military precision, except for one empty space where something had been removed. I found myself returning to that basement at different times of day, watching how the light changed, how the shadows moved. There was something hypnotic about the way darkness gathered in the corners, thick and almost tangible. The woman's sister arrived on the third day. She moved through the house like a ghost herself, touching objects with reverence and fear. Her hands shook when she picked up a coffee mug from the kitchen sink, still stained with lipstick. She was afraid of someone, the sister whispered, not looking at me. She called me one night, said she felt watched, said there were sounds in the walls. I asked about the sounds. She described scratching like fingers against wood, always at night, always when the house was quiet. The woman had checked every room, every closet, every space where someone might hide, but found nothing. The sister led me to a drawer in the kitchen where her sister had kept a journal. The entries grew increasingly erratic as the weeks progressed. Normal observations about weather and daily routines gradually gave way to notes about locked doors found open, lights left on that she remembered turning off, the persistent feeling of being observed. One entry, dated just days before she disappeared, consisted of a single sentence repeated over and over. The shadows move when I'm not looking. I spent hours reading those pages, feeling the paper between my fingers, inhaling the faint scent of her perfume that still clung to the binding. The handwriting changed subtly throughout the journal, becoming more pressed, more urgent, as if the pen had been gripped too tightly. The police had interviewed neighbors, coworkers, anyone who knew her. Everyone described the same person, quiet, reliable, someone who kept to herself but was always polite. No enemies, no bitter relationships, no financial troubles. She had simply existed peacefully in her small corner of the world until she didn't. But I found inconsistencies in their stories. The neighbor who claimed she always kept her garden perfectly maintained mentioned weeds that had been growing for months. A coworker insisted she never missed work, yet her timesheet showed several unexplained absences in the weeks before she vanished. I interviewed the mailman who remembered her specifically because she always thanked him personally for packages. He said she had become increasingly nervous in recent weeks, often checking over her shoulder when she came to the door, asking if he had seen anyone watching her house. The grocery store clerk remembered her too. She had been a regular customer, always buying the same items, always paying with exact change. But in her final visits, she had started buying different things: canned food, batteries, bottled water, items someone might stockpile if they were preparing for something. I found the receipts in her purse, which had been left on the kitchen counter. The dates painted a picture of someone gradually becoming more afraid, more isolated, more convinced that something was coming for her. The breakthrough came when I discovered a loose floorboard in the basement. Underneath, wrapped in plastic, was a collection of photographs. Not family photos or vacation snapshots, but surveillance-style images of her own house taken from across the street. Pictures of her windows, her car, her front door. Pictures taken over months, showing the progression of seasons, the growth of her garden, the subtle changes in her routine. Someone had been watching her for a very long time. The photos had been taken with a telephoto lens, the kind used by professionals. The quality was too good, the angles too precise for casual stalking. This was methodical, patient, the work of someone who understood how to remain invisible while documenting every detail of another person's life. I examined each image with a magnifying glass, looking for reflections, for any clue about who might have taken them. In one photo, I caught a glimpse of a shadow on the pavement, a figure that didn't quite match the angle of the sun. In another, a reflection in a car window showed part of a face, but the image was too blurred to make out features. The sister broke down when I showed her the photographs. She recognized some of the outfits her sister was wearing, could pinpoint specific days when the images were taken. The violation felt fresh, as if the watching was still happening. She knew, the sister whispered. She knew someone was out there. I spread the photos across the kitchen table, arranging them chronologically. The pattern that emerged was disturbing in its intimacy. Someone had learned her schedule, her habits, her vulnerabilities. They knew when she was home alone, when she went shopping, when she worked in her garden. The final photograph in the collection was different from the others. Instead of being taken from across the street, it was shot from inside her house, looking out through her front window. The perspective was wrong, the angle impossible unless someone had been standing in her living room. I held that image up to the light, studying every detail. The timestamp showed it was taken just 2 days before she disappeared. Someone had been inside her home, had stood in her space, had captured her view of the world she thought was safe. The realization hit me like cold water. The photographs weren't just surveillance, they were trophies. Mementos of a game that had been played for months, building towards something final. I called the police, but they seemed less interested in the photos than I expected. The detective assigned to the case glanced through them quickly, asked a few routine questions, then filed them away with the rest of the evidence. "Could be anyone," he said. "Could be some neighborhood kid with a camera. Could be completely unrelated to her disappearance." But I knew better. The precision, the patience, the escalation from external surveillance to internal violation, it all pointed to someone who had been planning something specific. I returned to the house that night alone. I wanted to experience the space as she had, to feel what she might have felt in those final weeks. I sat in her living room with all the lights off, letting my eyes adjust to the darkness, listening to the sounds of the house settling around me. The shadows seemed to move independently of any light source. They gathered in corners, pooled under furniture, stretched across walls in ways that defied the geometry of the room. I found myself watching them, mesmerized by their subtle shifts and changes. I must have dozed off because I woke to the sound of footsteps above me. Slow, deliberate steps across the bedroom floor. I held my breath, listening, but the sound stopped as suddenly as it had started. The house was empty. I had checked every room, every closet, every possible hiding place. But the footsteps had been real, had been there, had been deliberate. I climbed the stairs, my heart hammering against my ribs. The bedroom door stood open, exactly as I had left it. The bed was undisturbed, the closet door hung at the same angle, but the air felt different, disturbed, as if someone had just passed through. On the nightstand, the book had been closed. The bookmark had been moved to the final page. I left the house that night and never returned. The case remains officially open, but the investigation has stalled. The woman's disappearance has been reclassified as a probable voluntary missing person, despite the evidence suggesting otherwise. But I know the truth. Someone had been watching her, had been inside her home, had been patient enough to document her life for months before making their move. Someone who understood how to remain invisible, how to manipulate shadows and light, how to make a person disappear without leaving a trace. The photographs remain locked in an evidence box somewhere, filed away with dozens of other unsolved cases. The house stands empty, its windows dark, its secrets buried beneath layers of official indifference. Sometimes I drive past that street, slowing down when I reach her address. The new owners have repainted the exterior, replanted the garden, replaced the mailbox, but the shadows are still there, still hanging in places where they shouldn't, still moving when no one is looking. I wonder if they know, if they've noticed the way darkness gathers in certain corners, the way light seems to bend around specific objects. If they've heard footsteps in empty rooms, found books closed that were left open, felt the persistent sensation of being watched. The woman's sister calls me sometimes, asking if there have been any developments. I tell her what I tell all the families. Investigations take time, evidence needs to be processed, leads need to be followed. But I don't tell her about the photographs, about the systematic surveillance, about the violation of privacy that preceded the disappearance. I don't tell her that I believe her sister knew exactly what was happening to her in those final weeks, that the fear documented in her journal was rational, justified, prophetic, that someone had been playing a long, patient game, and she had been the unwilling participant. The case file sits on my desk, thick with reports and photographs and witness statements that led nowhere. But I keep it open, keep adding to it, keep hoping that someday the right piece of evidence will surface, the right witness will come forward, the right connection will be made. Until then, the shadows remain. They linger in that empty house, in the photographs locked away in evidence storage, in the memory of a woman who felt watched and was right to be afraid. The light shifts, but the shadows stay exactly where they are, breathing quietly in the darkness, waiting for the next person to notice them, to feel their weight, to understand that sometimes the most terrifying thing about a crime is not knowing whether it's already over or just beginning. Crime 12, I found it under the sink, small, human, yellowed, with a jagged edge. I hadn't lost any, not since childhood. I tossed it. It came back on my pillow, clean, fresh. Now there are two. The first one could have been explained away. Maybe the previous tenant left it behind. Maybe it fell from someone's pocket during a repair visit. People lose teeth all the time. Accidents happen. But when I found it again on my pillow, something cold settled in my chest. Someone had been inside my apartment. I called the landlord. He sounded tired when he answered, like he'd been expecting this call for weeks. His voice carried that particular weariness of someone who'd answered the same question too many times. "Nobody else has keys," he said. "Just you and me, and I haven't been there since you moved in." I believed him. His voice had that hollow honesty that comes from repeating the truth until it sounds like a lie. The second tooth was different, smaller, a child's tooth, the kind that comes out naturally, not torn or broken. It sat next to the first one on my nightstand, and I couldn't stop staring at them. They looked like tiny monuments to something I didn't understand. I started sleeping with a chair wedged under the door handle. The lock had always felt flimsy, but now it seemed completely useless. Every creak in the walls made me hold my breath. Every car passing outside cast shadows that moved across my ceiling like fingers. The building manager lived in the basement apartment. I'd seen her a few times in the hallway, always carrying a coffee cup that looked like it had been refilled too many times. She had the kind of eyes that noticed everything but pretended not to. When I knocked on her door, she opened it before I could knock twice, like she'd been waiting. "You're the one from upstairs," she said, not a question. "I found these," I showed her the teeth in a small plastic bag, "in my apartment." She looked at them for a long moment, then stepped aside to let me in. Her apartment smelled like old coffee and something else, something medicinal, sweet but wrong. "How long have you been living here?" she asked. 3 months. She nodded slowly. The last tenant she left suddenly, middle of the night, left most of her things behind. "What was her name?" "I don't remember names, just faces. She had children, 2 of them, young ones." The medicinal smell was stronger near her kitchen. I recognized it now. It was the same smell that had been lingering in my bathroom for weeks. I thought it was something wrong with the pipes. "Did she say why she was leaving?" The manager picked up her coffee cup but didn't drink from it. People leave for all kinds of reasons. Sometimes they don't explain. "What happened to her things?" "Still upstairs in the storage unit. Building policy says we have to keep them for 6 months." My skin prickled. Storage unit. "Behind the false wall in your bedroom closet. She asked for extra space when she moved in. Said she needed somewhere secure." I felt something shift in my chest. The closet in my bedroom had always felt too shallow. I'd noticed it the day I moved in but never thought much about it. Now I realized why. "Can I see it?" She set down her coffee cup. "I suppose you have a right to know. You're living with her things." We went upstairs together. The manager's keys jangled with every step, a sound that seemed too loud in the quiet hallway. My apartment felt different with her in it, smaller, like the walls were listening. The closet was in the back corner of the bedroom. The manager ran her hands along the back wall until she found what she was looking for. A section of drywall shifted, revealing a space behind it. The smell hit me immediately. That same medicinal sweetness, but stronger now, concentrated. Inside the hidden space were boxes, dozens of them, labeled with dates going back years, and in the front a small wooden box that looked like it had been handled often. I opened it. Teeth, hundreds of them, all sizes, all types, some still bloody, some so clean they gleamed. They were organized by size, by type, by condition. There were notes attached to many of them, names, dates, circumstances. She was a dental hygienist, the manager said quietly. Worked at the children's clinic downtown, I remember now. My hands shook as I read the notes. Most of the teeth were from children. The notes described extractions, cleanings, procedures, but some of the notes were different, personal, detailed observations about the children themselves, their behavior, their families, their routines. She was collecting them, I whispered. Looks that way. One box contained photographs, children in dental chairs, some smiling, some crying, some looking terrified, but in every photo there was something wrong with their eyes, a blankness that didn't match their expressions. These children, I said, where are they now? The manager was quiet for a long moment. I don't know, but I know she left in a hurry. Police came by asking questions about her the day after she disappeared. What kind of questions? About missing children, about her work, about whether she'd been acting strange. I found a newspaper clipping in one of the boxes. The headline read, "Local dental hygienist questioned in connection with missing children cases." The article was brief. It mentioned that she had been working at the clinic for several years and had regular contact with dozens of children. It mentioned that she had left town suddenly and couldn't be reached for comment. She never came back, I asked. No, and the police stopped asking questions after a while. These things happen, people disappear, cases go cold. I kept reading through the notes. The handwriting was careful, precise, clinical, but the content was disturbing. She had been documenting everything about these children, their fears, their pain thresholds, their reactions to different procedures. And then I found the journal. It was hidden at the bottom of the largest box, wrapped in a towel that smelled like the medicinal sweetness. The first entry was dated almost 5 years ago. I've always been fascinated by teeth, it began. They're so personal, so intimate. They carry traces of everything we eat, everything we do. They're like little time capsules. The entries described her work at the clinic, how she enjoyed the trust that children placed in her, how she had access to their most vulnerable moments, how she had learned to read their fears and use them. Parents trust me with their children, one entry read. They leave them alone with me. They don't know what I see, what I hear, what I collect. The journal documented her growing obsession with the children she treated. She had been taking more than just teeth. She had been taking photographs, personal items, locks of hair. Sometimes she would follow them home after appointments. Sometimes she would watch them from her car. The boy with the gap in his front teeth lives 3 blocks from the clinic, one entry read. He walks home alone every Tuesday. His mother works late. He's always afraid during cleanings. I liked that. I felt sick reading it, the clinical precision with which she documented everything. The way she wrote about the children like they were specimens in an experiment. She was stalking them, I said. The manager nodded, looks that way. And nobody stopped her. Nobody knew until children started disappearing. I found a list in the back of the journal, names and addresses. Some of the names were crossed out in red ink. Others were circled. There were notes next to each name describing the child's schedule, their family situation, their vulnerabilities. How many children? I asked. The manager counted the red marks, 7 that she crossed out. What does that mean? I don't know, but 7 children went missing over the past 2 years. All patients at the clinic where she worked. My hands were shaking now. I was holding evidence of something horrible, something that had been hidden in my apartment for months, something that I had been living with without knowing. We need to call the police, I said. With what? A box of teeth and a journal. She's been gone for months. The trail is cold. And besides, who's going to believe that you just found this? I knew she was right. It sounded insane. A new tenant discovers a hidden room full of evidence from a missing person case. Evidence that implicates someone in child disappearances. Evidence that had been sitting in my apartment all along. The teeth on my pillow, I said. She came back for them. The manager looked at me carefully. What teeth? I showed her the plastic bag, the 2 teeth that had started all of this, but when I looked at them now, they seemed different, more familiar. These are different from the others, I said. They're not from the collection. How do you know? Because they're mine. The realization hit me like cold water. I recognized them now. The chipped molar I'd lost in an accident years ago. The wisdom tooth that had been extracted when I was in college. I'd forgotten about them completely until now. That's impossible, the manager said. You said you found them in your apartment. I did, but they're mine, I'm sure of it. I looked around my apartment with new eyes, the medicinal smell, the feeling of being watched, the sense that someone had been inside. What if it wasn't her coming back for the teeth? What if it was something else entirely? Who else has access to this building? I asked. The manager's face changed. What do you mean? Who else knows about the hidden room? Who else might have known what was in there? She didn't answer immediately. Her silence stretched too long. There's something you're not telling me, I said. I think you should leave, she said quietly. What aren't you telling me? I think you should pack your things and leave tonight. The fear in her voice was real, but it wasn't fear of the missing dental hygienist. It was fear of something else, someone else. You know who's been in my apartment, I said. She walked to the door. I can't help you anymore. Wait, please, just tell me who else knows about this. She stopped with her hand on the doorknob. The police officer who investigated the case. He comes by sometimes, asks questions. He's been very interested in who moved into this apartment after she left. What's his name? I don't remember names, just faces. He has kind eyes, the kind that make you want to trust him. She left me alone with the boxes and the journal and the horrible truth of what I discovered. I sat on my bed and tried to process it all. The missing children, the obsessive documentation, the evidence hidden in my apartment. And the teeth, my teeth, placed carefully on my pillow like a message. I called the police station, asked to speak to someone about the missing children cases from last year. They transferred me 3 times before I got someone who would listen. Those cases are closed, the officer said. The suspect left town. We're not actively pursuing them anymore. But I found evidence in my apartment, the apartment where she used to live. What kind of evidence? Teeth, photographs, a journal, documentation of her stalking children. There was a long pause. What did you say your name was? I told him. And you're living in her old apartment. Well, yes, we'll send someone over to take a look. The officer who came to my apartment was exactly as the manager had described. Kind eyes, the sort of face that made you want to trust him. He examined the boxes carefully, read through the journal, looked at the photographs. This is very disturbing, he said, but I have to ask you something. How do we know you didn't plant this evidence? What? You move into the apartment of a missing person. You conveniently discover evidence that implicates her in unsolved cases. Evidence that's been sitting here for months, but nobody found it until now. I'm not making this up. I'm not saying you are, but from an investigative standpoint, it raises questions. He closed the journal and looked at me carefully. The dental hygienist who lived here, she was never actually a suspect in the missing children cases. But the newspaper article was a mistake, a misunderstanding. She was questioned because she worked with children, but she was never considered a serious suspect. I felt the ground shifting under me. Then who? The cases are still open. We never found the person responsible. But the journal, the teeth, the photographs are very convincing, too convincing maybe. He stood up and walked to the window. The person who did take those children, they're still out there, still active, and they're very good at misdirection. What are you saying? I'm saying that someone wanted this evidence to be found. Someone wanted us to think the dental hygienist was responsible. Someone who knew she had disappeared and couldn't defend herself. The room felt smaller suddenly. You think someone planted this. I think someone has been watching this apartment very carefully, waiting for the right person to move in, someone who would find the evidence and report it. But why? Because the real perpetrator needed a scapegoat, someone to blame, someone who couldn't fight back. I thought about the teeth on my pillow, my teeth. How would someone get my teeth? You'd be surprised how much personal information people have access to. Medical records, dental records. Someone who really wanted to could probably get hold of extracted teeth from your dentist. Well, that's insane. Is it? Think about it. Someone breaks into your apartment, doesn't take anything, just leaves a couple of teeth where you'll find them, gets you curious, gets you investigating, gets you to discover the hidden room. You're saying I was manipulated. I'm saying someone needed this evidence to be found, and they needed it to be found by someone who would report it to the police. I sat down heavily on my bed, so the dental hygienist is innocent. We don't know, she disappeared before we could question her thoroughly, but these boxes, this journal, these photographs, they're too neat, too organized, too perfect. Then who really took the children? The officer looked at me for a long moment, someone who's still out there. Someone who's been watching this apartment, someone who knows you found the evidence. What does that mean? It means you're not safe here. If I'm right, if someone set this up, then they know you've discovered their misdirection. They know you've involved the police. What should I do? Leave tonight, don't tell anyone where you're going. After he left, I sat in my apartment and tried to understand what had happened. I'd been used, manipulated. Someone had wanted me to find the evidence. Someone had wanted me to think the dental hygienist was responsible for the missing children. But why and who? I packed a bag and prepared to leave, but as I was gathering my things, I noticed something. The smell in my apartment had changed. The medicinal sweetness was gone. Instead, there was something else, something familiar. It was the same cologne my dentist wore. I remembered now the appointments I'd had just before moving into this apartment, the way he'd seemed overly interested in my living situation, the way he'd asked detailed questions about my address, my schedule, my living arrangements. The way he'd extracted my wisdom tooth and my broken molar. I grabbed my phone and called the police station, but when I asked for the officer who had come to my apartment, they said there was no one by that name on the force. I described him, the kind eyes, the trustworthy face. Oh, the dispatcher said, that sounds like the dentist who's been helping with the missing children cases. He's been consulting on the dental evidence. Very helpful man. I hung up and ran. The teeth are still on my nightstand. I never took them with me. Sometimes I wonder if they're still there, waiting for the next tenant, the next person who needs to discover the truth about what happened to those children. But I know now that the truth isn't in those boxes. The truth isn't in that journal. The truth is still out there, wearing a white coat and kind eyes, asking children to open their mouths and trust him. And somewhere in another apartment in another city, someone else is probably finding teeth under their sink, teeth that aren't theirs, teeth that will lead them to discover evidence that points to someone who can't defend themselves. The investigation continues. The children are still missing, and the person responsible is still practicing, still trusted, still collecting. I changed my name, I moved far away, but sometimes late at night I can still smell that medicinal sweetness, and I know that somewhere out there he's still watching, still waiting, still collecting his trophies. The dental hygienist never came back. Maybe she was guilty, maybe she was just another victim, maybe she's still running like I am. But the teeth keep appearing in new apartments, on new pillows, leading new tenants to discover new evidence that points to new scapegoats. And the real monster keeps working, keeps smiling, keeps asking children to open wide and trust him. The truth is still out there, but it's wearing scrubs and a professional smile, and it's very good at making people disappear. Crime 13, I tighten them before bed on doors, cabinets, furniture, but each morning they're out by half a turn. I tested it, made marks, took photos. The screws move just slightly, all at once. Last night one fell out completely. From the lock on the front door. The metal piece rolled across the hardwood floor with a sound that cut through the silence like a blade. I picked it up, still warm despite the cool air that had been seeping through the gaps around the door frame. The threading was intact, no wear marks, no damage, just loose, like everything else in this house had become. I started documenting everything 3 weeks ago when I first noticed the pattern. A kitchen cabinet door hanging slightly askew, the bathroom mirror tilted just enough to catch the light wrong, the bedroom window latch requiring an extra push to secure. Small things, forgettable things, the kind of details that slip past most people. But I'm not most people, I notice patterns. It's what made me good at my job, what made me the person others called when they needed someone to piece together the fragments of a life gone wrong. Insurance claims, missing persons, corporate fraud, I found the threads others missed. And now, in my own home, I was finding threads I didn't want to follow. The photographs told the story better than my memory. Each screw head marked with a thin line of red nail polish, photographed from the same angle, same lighting. The progression was undeniable. A quarter turn on Tuesday, half a turn on Wednesday. By Friday, some were barely holding. The pattern was too consistent to be coincidence, too widespread to be explained by settling or temperature changes. I started checking the locks obsessively. Dead bolts, window latches, the security chain on the front door. Each morning brought new looseness, new gaps in what should have been secure. But the house felt occupied, more than occupied, observed. I began to notice other things. The way dust gathered in perfect lines along the baseboards as if someone had been walking the same path repeatedly. The faint scent of cologne in the hallway, something expensive and unfamiliar. The way the floorboards creaked in a specific sequence late at night, like footsteps following a practiced route. I called the previous owner, a woman whose voice carried the weight of someone who had left in a hurry. She was reluctant to talk, answering my questions with questions of her own. Did I notice anything unusual? Had I changed the locks? Was I living alone? When I pressed her about the screws, about any maintenance issues, she went quiet for a long time. He was very particular about security, she finally said. Always adjusting things, said the house wasn't safe otherwise. She hadn't mentioned anyone else living there before. Your husband. My tenant, he rented the basement apartment, very quiet, very clean, very attentive to detail. The basement apartment, I had been living here for 2 months and had never seen any evidence of a separate unit. The basement was just storage, or so I thought, but that night I went down with a flashlight and looked closer. Behind the furnace, almost hidden by the water heater, was a door. not painted over, not sealed, just tucked away where casual inspection would miss it. The key was in the lock. It turned easily, too easily, as if it had been used recently. The door opened onto a space that should have been impossible. A fully furnished apartment with its own entrance, its own kitchen, its own bathroom. Everything clean and organized with an obsessive precision that made my skin crawl. The bed was made with military corners. The dishes in the sink were arranged by size. The books on the shelf were sorted by height, not title. But it was the wall that made me understand. Dozens of photographs, all of my house. Exterior shots from different angles, interior shots through windows, close-ups of door frames and lock mechanisms. Some were clearly taken months ago, showing the house as it was when I first moved in. Others were recent enough to show my furniture, my belongings, my life arranged in rooms I thought were private. And then I saw myself sleeping, cooking, reading, moving through my daily routines captured in high-resolution detail. The photographs were organized chronologically, showing the progression of my life in this house from the first day I moved in. At the bottom of each photo, written in careful block letters, was a note. Tuesday, kitchen cabinet loose. Wednesday, bathroom mirror adjusted. Friday, bedroom window latch needs attention. I wasn't discovering a pattern. I was witnessing a systematic process. The toolkit on the workbench was extensive. Screwdrivers of every size and type, each one clean and precisely arranged. A drill with bits organized by diameter. Small containers of screws, bolts, and hardware sorted with the same obsessive care as everything else in the apartment. But it was the notebook that made everything clear. Page after page of detailed observations. My schedule, my habits, my movements through the house. Which rooms I used most frequently. Which locks I checked each night. Which windows I opened for air. How long I spent in each room. What time I went to bed. What time I woke up. Everything documented with the thoroughness of someone conducting a long-term study. The final entries were different, less observation, more planning. Subject becoming aware of adjustments, increasing frequency to accelerate timeline. Window latch must be completely compromised by weekend. Front door lock requires immediate attention. Timeline for what? I flipped through the remaining pages, but they were blank. Whatever was supposed to happen next hadn't been written down yet. I heard the footsteps above me then, slow, deliberate movement through my kitchen. The same pattern I had been hearing for weeks, but now I understood what it meant. Someone was up there checking their work, adjusting, preparing. I turned off the flashlight and stood in the darkness, listening. The footsteps moved to the living room, then to the bedroom. I could hear the subtle sounds of someone working with tools, the tiny metal clicks of screws being turned. The process I had been documenting was happening above me, and I was trapped below, surrounded by evidence of months of careful observation and planning. But planning for what? What was the end point of this gradual loosening, this systematic weakening of everything that kept me safe? I thought about the progression, the increasing frequency, the sense of acceleration in the final notebook entries. Something was building toward a specific moment, a specific event. The footsteps stopped, the house went silent. I waited, counting my breaths, trying to decide whether to stay hidden or confront whoever was up there. But then I heard something that made the decision for me. The sound of the front door opening. Not the usual creak of hinges, but the grinding noise of a lock that was no longer properly secured. I climbed the basement stairs as quietly as possible and peered through the door into the hallway. The front door was standing open, cold air flowing through the gap, but there was no one there. Whoever had been adjusting the screws was gone, leaving behind only the evidence of their work and the terrible understanding that this was not finished. I closed the door and tried to secure it, but the lock was completely compromised. The deadbolt wouldn't engage, the chain wouldn't hold. The screws that should have anchored everything were loose, some missing entirely. The house had been systematically weakened, and now it couldn't be secured at all. I spent the night in a chair facing the door, but no one came. The next morning I found new photographs on the basement workbench, pictures of me standing in the hallway looking through the door trying to secure the lock. The final image showed me sitting in a chair, waiting. At the bottom, in the same careful handwriting, subject now aware, phase 2 beginning. I packed everything I could carry and left that morning, but as I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that leaving was part of the plan, that my awareness, my fear, my decision to run, all of it had been anticipated and documented. The notebook had been left open for me to find. The photographs had been arranged for maximum impact. Even my escape felt choreographed. The house is still there. The basement apartment is still furnished and organized with the same obsessive precision. And somewhere in another notebook, someone is documenting my new routines, my new locks, my new attempts at security. Because the pattern doesn't end with one house or one victim. It continues, adjusting and adapting, always staying one step ahead of discovery. The screws were looser every morning, but loosening them was never the point. The point was teaching me that security is an illusion, that safety is temporary, that someone is always watching, always planning, always preparing for the moment when everything carefully constructed finally falls apart. And now in my new home, I check the screws every night. I make marks, I take photographs, I document the pattern. Because I know, with the certainty of someone who has lived through this before, that tomorrow morning they will be looser than they were tonight. Crime 14, it was on my shelf, bound in black cloth, no title. Inside, symbols, lines, pages too thin to be paper. I didn't put it there. The day after I found it, I started waking up with ink stains on my hands. And the book had new pages filled in. The smell hit me first when I opened it again. Not old paper or dust, something metallic, sweet, like pennies left in warm water. My fingers traced the strange markings, and I noticed the pages weren't just thin, they were translucent. When I held them up to the light, I could see through 3 or 4 layers at once, creating patterns that seemed to shift depending on how I looked at them. I'd been working late cases for the district attorney's office, reviewing evidence files that kept me awake until dawn, cold cases mostly. The kind where witnesses disappear and evidence gets misplaced. The kind where answers come 20 years too late if they come at all. But this book had nothing to do with my work, at least I thought it didn't. The ink stains on my hands were always on my right palm and first 2 fingers. Dark blue, almost black, they'd fade by evening, but every morning they returned, fresher each time. When I compared them to the markings in the book, they matched, not similar, identical, as if I'd been pressing my hand against wet pages while I slept. I started keeping the book in my desk drawer at work, locked it away. But when I opened the drawer the next day, there were 3 more pages filled with symbols I'd never seen before. The cleaning staff swore they hadn't touched anything. Security footage showed my office empty all night, just the green glow of my computer screen and shadows that moved when they shouldn't have. My colleague from the forensics lab agreed to look at the book without asking questions. She photographed every page, ran tests on the binding, even tried to identify the ink composition. Her report made no sense. The binding was human leather, tanned, treated, impossibly soft. The pages tested positive for organic compounds that weren't in any database. And the ink contained traces of iron oxide and something else, something that made her uncomfortable to discuss. She returned the book wrapped in evidence bags, her hands shaking slightly. "Where did you get this?" she asked, but I didn't have an answer. Not one that made sense. Not one that wouldn't sound like the beginning of a story told in a courtroom by someone claiming diminished capacity. I started documenting everything. Photographs of my stained hands each morning, detailed descriptions of new pages that appeared, times when I could swear I heard scratching sounds coming from inside the drawer. But documentation requires precision, and precision requires time stamps, measurements, concrete details, the kind of specificity that makes a case, the kind I was avoiding. The scratching sounds grew louder. They seemed to come from inside the book itself, as if something was writing on the pages while I wasn't looking. When I finally opened it again, I found pages covered in what looked like architectural drawings, floor plans, detailed sketches of rooms I recognized but couldn't place. Then I saw it, my childhood bedroom, drawn with impossible accuracy. Every detail correct down to the crack in the baseboard and the way the closet door never quite closed. The next page showed a different room, adult furniture, a bed I'd owned 5 years ago, then another room, another bed, another life. The book was documenting places I'd lived, places I'd slept, places where I'd felt safe. But the drawings weren't memories. They were plans, blueprints, as if someone had been studying the architecture of my privacy. I brought the book to a linguistics professor at the university. She specialized in ancient writing systems, dead languages, symbols that scholars spend careers trying to decode. She handled it with cotton gloves, photographed each page under different lighting conditions, compared the symbols to everything in her database. 3 weeks later, she called me with results that made her voice sound smaller than I remembered. "These aren't symbols," she said. "They're signatures, the same signature written over and over but aging, changing, as if someone was practicing writing their name across decades." She paused. "The signature belongs to someone who died 30 years ago, someone who was never taught to write." The dead person's name was in the case files I'd been reviewing. A victim in an unsolved murder, found in their apartment with no signs of struggle, no apparent cause of death, just gone. The investigating officer had noted something unusual. The victim's personal effects included dozens of notebooks filled with attempts to write their own name. Page after page of shaky letters, getting steadier with practice, as if they were learning to write for the first time as an adult. I compared the signatures in the book to the photographs in the case file. They matched, but the book's signatures were cleaner, more confident, as if the practice had continued long after death. The case file contained an interview with the victim's landlord. He'd mentioned that the apartment had been rented again within a month of the death. Then again 6 months later, then again the following year. Tenants kept leaving. They complained about sounds in the walls, about feeling watched, about waking up with their belongings rearranged. But they all mentioned the same thing, books appearing in their apartments, books they'd never seen before. I called the landlord. He was still alive, still renting apartments, still dealing with tenants who left without explanation. "That unit's been empty for 2 years now," he said. "Can't keep anyone there. Last person who tried to live there lasted 1 week, left all their stuff behind, just disappeared." The address was across town. I drove there after work, parked outside a complex that looked like every other complex built in the 70s. Brick and wood siding, small windows, doors that opened onto narrow hallways. The landlord met me in the parking lot, keys jangling in his hand. He was older than I'd expected, with the kind of tired eyes that come from seeing too much. "Units on the 3rd floor," he said. "Number 312, same as it's always been." He handed me the keys. "Take your time, but lock up when you're done, and don't leave anything behind." The apartment was smaller than I'd imagined. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, a kitchen that opened into a living room with a single window facing the parking lot. The carpet was newer than the building, installed over hardwood that creaked with each step, but the space felt familiar, not like déjà vu, like recognition, like walking into a room I'd seen before in dreams I'd forgotten upon waking. The bedroom had built-in shelves along one wall, empty now, but I could see the outlines where books had rested, dust patterns that showed exactly where each spine had been. The patterns were recent, too recent for an apartment that had been empty for 2 years. I pulled out the book I'd been carrying, set it on the shelf where one of the dust patterns suggested it belonged. It fit perfectly. The outline matched the binding exactly, as if the book had been living here, waiting for someone to find it and take it home. The scratching sound started again, not from the book this time, from inside the walls, rhythmic, deliberate, like someone writing with a very sharp pen on very thin paper. I pressed my ear to the wall and heard it clearly, the sound of symbols being drawn, page after page, in a language that wasn't a language. I opened the book to a new page, fresh symbols, still wet. The ink was the same color as the stains on my hands, the same consistency, the same metallic smell, but now I could see what the symbols were trying to become. They were practicing letters, real letters, learning to write words in English. One word repeated over and over, getting clearer with each attempt. My name. The apartment felt smaller suddenly, the walls closer, the window too high to reach. I grabbed the book and headed for the door, but the scratching sounds followed me. They were coming from the book now, from inside the pages, as if something was writing new entries while I held it. I drove home with the book on the seat beside me, listening to the sound of invisible pens scratching against invisible paper. The sound stopped when I parked in my driveway, but when I got inside, I found new pages filled with detailed drawings of my house, every room, every corner, every place I'd ever felt safe. The final page showed my bedroom, but it wasn't drawn from memory. It was drawn from observation, from someone standing in the doorway looking in. The perspective was perfect. The details were current. The drawing was dated with tomorrow's date. I put the book back on my shelf where I'd first found it, but now I understood. It hadn't appeared there. It had always been there, waiting, watching, learning. The book wasn't in any language because it was still learning language, learning to communicate, learning to write the words it needed to write. I woke up this morning with ink stains on my hands, fresh ones, darker than before, and the book had new pages filled in, but these pages were different. They weren't symbols anymore. They were words, clear, simple words in English. Thank you for bringing me home. The handwriting was getting better, more confident, but it was still practicing, still learning, still filling pages with the same sentence over and over until it got it right. I don't know who wrote those words. I don't know who's been practicing penmanship for 30 years. I don't know whose signature appears on page after page, getting steadier with time, more confident with practice. But I know that the book isn't finished yet. There are still blank pages, still room for more words, more practice, more signatures that belong to someone who died before they learned to write their own name. And I know that every morning I wake up with ink stains on my hands, the same color as the writing in the book, the same consistency as the words that appear while I sleep, the same metallic smell that fills the room when I open to a new page. The book is still learning, still practicing, still trying to write something important, something it's been working toward for 30 years. Something that requires my hands to write it. Crime 15, I woke up on the floor. The bed was perfectly made, sheets tight, pillow fluffed. But it felt wrong, like I wasn't allowed to sleep in it anymore. I tried laid down, and the mattress exhaled beneath me like something living was buried inside. Now I sleep in the hallway and still feel it watching through the door. The woman from the apartment management office spoke through the static of her radio while I waited in the lobby. Her voice carried that practiced tone of someone who delivered bad news before. The previous tenant had left suddenly, she said, personal emergency, no forwarding address. I signed the lease anyway. The rent was below market rate and I needed a place fast. The first few nights passed without incident. I unpacked boxes, arranged furniture, tried to make the space feel like home, but something nagged at me. The way the bedroom door hung slightly ajar no matter how firmly I closed it. The faint outline on the hardwood floor where different furniture had once stood. I found the first envelope wedged behind the radiator while cleaning. No name on the outside, just an address that wasn't mine. Inside, a single photograph of a woman I didn't recognize, standing in what looked like my bedroom, but the walls were painted a different color. The windows faced the wrong direction. The second envelope appeared 3 days later, tucked inside a book I'd never opened. This one contained a receipt from a hardware store. Someone had purchased rope, plastic sheeting, and heavy-duty cleaning supplies. The date was stamped just 2 weeks before I moved in. I called the management office. The woman's voice turned careful, measured. She repeated what she'd told me before. Previous tenant left suddenly. Personal emergency. No forwarding address. But when I pressed for details, she mentioned something new. The police had been by, she said. Routine questions, nothing serious. I started noticing things, the way the floorboards creaked in a specific pattern when I walked across the bedroom, how the carpet in one corner felt different under my feet, softer somehow, the smell that lingered despite repeated cleaning, something metallic and sweet that seemed to seep from the walls themselves. The third envelope was taped under the bathroom sink. Inside, a handwritten note, not addressed to me, but to someone whose name had been scratched out so thoroughly that the paper was torn. The message was simple. I know what you did. We need to talk. I held the note up to the light, trying to make out the obliterated name. The writing was familiar somehow, though I couldn't place it. The pen had been pressed hard into the paper, leaving indentations that I could feel with my fingertips. That night I heard footsteps in the apartment above mine, slow, deliberate pacing, back and forth across what would be directly over my bedroom. I checked the building directory. The unit was listed as vacant. I climbed the stairs and knocked, no answer, but I could hear breathing on the other side of the door. Shallow, controlled breaths like someone trying not to be heard. The building superintendent was a man who spoke in grunts and avoided eye contact. When I asked about the vacant unit, he shrugged. Previous tenant left suddenly, he said. Personal emergency. Same story, different voice. But he looked nervous when he said it. His hands shook as he fumbled with his keys. I started sleeping in the living room. The bedroom felt too heavy, too charged with something I couldn't name. Even from the couch, I could feel it pulling at me. A presence that seemed to grow stronger when the lights went out. The fourth envelope was waiting on my kitchen counter when I came home from work. I hadn't left any windows open. The door was still locked, but there it was, positioned exactly in the center of the table like an invitation. This one contained a police report, photocopied with names and details blacked out, but I could read enough to understand. Missing person case, adult female, last seen at this address, investigation ongoing. The report was dated 6 months ago, long before I'd even started looking for apartments. I called the police station. The desk sergeant was polite but unhelpful. Without a case number or more specific information, he couldn't tell me anything. Missing person cases were common, he said. Most people turned up eventually. But his tone suggested otherwise. I started researching the building's history. Public records showed a pattern of short-term tenants over the past year. Average stay, 3 months. No one seemed to last longer than that. The previous tenant before me had been a woman in her 30s. Professional, clean credit history, no criminal record, no family in the area, no close friends who'd reported her missing. She'd simply vanished. I found her employment records online. She'd worked at a law firm downtown, handling family court cases. Her supervisor described her as reliable, dedicated. She'd never missed work without calling until she did. The last entry in her calendar was a meeting with a client. No name listed, just initials that had been circled in red ink. I recognized those initials. They matched the signature on my lease. The building management company was owned by a corporation that led to another corporation that led to a web of shell companies and dead ends. But buried in the paperwork, I found a name. A real person who'd signed documents, filed permits, approved renovations. The man who'd shown me the apartment, the one who'd insisted on cash for the security deposit, who'd seemed nervous when I'd asked about the previous tenant. I started following him, not stalking, just observing. He had a routine: coffee shop at 7, office by 8. Lunch at the same restaurant every day, home to a suburban house with a manicured lawn and a minivan in the driveway. He looked like any other middle-aged businessman, unremarkable, forgettable. But I noticed things: the way he checked his phone obsessively, how he looked over his shoulder when he thought no one was watching, the careful way he avoided certain streets, certain neighborhoods. He was scared of something or someone. I followed him to a storage facility on the outskirts of town. He had a unit there, accessed with a key he kept on a separate ring from his house and car keys. He visited twice a week, always alone, always carrying a small bag that looked empty when he arrived and full when he left. The storage facility's security was minimal. A chain-link fence and a single guard who spent most of his time on his phone. I waited until after closing, climbed the fence, and made my way to the unit. The lock was new, expensive, professional grade, but the door frame was old, warped. I worked at it with a credit card until something gave way. Inside, boxes stacked to the ceiling, each one labeled with a date instead of initials. I recognized several from my research into the building's tenant history. All women, all young professionals, all disappeared without a trace. I opened one box: personal effects, jewelry, documents. A driver's license photo of a woman I'd seen in missing person flyers online. Below that, clothes, still folded, still clean. At the bottom of the box, something that made my stomach turn. A key, the same type as the one I'd been given to my apartment, but worn smooth from handling. I photographed everything: the boxes, the labels, the contents, evidence of lives interrupted, collected, preserved like trophies. But when I tried to leave, the door wouldn't open. The lock had engaged somehow, trapping me inside with the remnants of disappeared women. I spent the night in that storage unit, surrounded by the belongings of the vanished. My phone had no signal. The walls were too thick to break through. All I could do was wait and try to understand what I'd stumbled into. The next morning I heard voices outside. The manager talking to someone in hushed tones. They knew I was there. They'd been expecting me. The door opened. He stood silhouetted against the morning light, no longer the nervous businessman I'd been following. His expression was calm, resigned, like he'd been waiting for this moment. "You weren't supposed to find this," he said, not angry, almost relieved. I had my phone ready, recording everything, but he didn't seem concerned about being caught. If anything, he looked tired, like he'd been carrying a weight for too long. "She was going to expose everything," he continued. "The previous tenant, she figured it out, the pattern, the others who'd lived in that apartment before her." He gestured to the boxes around us. They all lived there, that specific unit. It was perfect, isolated, no close neighbors, easy to monitor. "Why?" I asked. My voice sounded smaller than I'd intended. "Because they were alone, no family to ask questions, no friends who'd push for answers, professional women who'd relocated for work, clean backgrounds, no complications." He was describing a selection process, criteria for choosing victims. "What happened to them?" He looked at me like I'd asked a stupid question. "They're gone, all of them, except you." "And the apartment." "Bait, it draws a certain type of person, independent, isolated, desperate enough to overlook the red flags." I thought about the below-market rent, the sudden availability, the management company's reluctance to provide details about the previous tenant. "How many?" "Enough." He pulled out his phone, presumably to call someone. "You should have stayed curious from a distance, should have moved out when you started finding things." But I hadn't. I'd pushed deeper, followed the trail, gathered evidence. And now I was here, in a storage unit full of the possessions of disappeared women, face to face with the man who'd made them disappear. The police found me 2 days later, anonymous tip about suspicious activity at the storage facility. By then he was gone. The unit was empty except for me, unconscious on the floor. No evidence of what I'd seen, no boxes, no belongings, no proof. The official report listed it as a break-in gone wrong, attempted robbery. The storage facility's security footage had mysteriously malfunctioned, no record of my presence there. I tried to tell them what I'd discovered, the pattern of disappearances, the apartment that served as a hunting ground, the man who'd orchestrated it all. But without evidence, without the boxes I'd photographed, without the belongings I'd seen, it was just the story of a traumatized woman who'd been found unconscious in an empty storage unit. The apartment felt different when I returned, lighter somehow, but also more dangerous, like a trap that had been reset, waiting for the next victim. I moved out that week, broke the lease, lost my security deposit, didn't care. But I kept watching, monitoring rental listings, following the building's tenant history, waiting for the next name to appear on the lease records. Because I know he's still out there, still hunting, still collecting. And somewhere in another storage unit or basement or unmarked grave, the belongings of all those disappeared women are waiting to be found. The bed wasn't mine anymore. It belonged to all of them, the women who'd slept there before me, who'd trusted the same man I'd trusted, who'd signed the same lease I'd signed, who'd vanished without a trace. Now I sleep in different places every night, never the same bed twice, always listening for footsteps in the apartment above, always checking locks, always looking over my shoulder. Because I know the truth, and the truth is that some predators don't hunt in dark alleys or abandoned buildings. They hunt in plain sight, in ordinary apartments behind professional smiles and legitimate business cards. They hunt women like me, women like the ones who came before me. Women who might still be alive somewhere if someone had been paying attention. If someone had connected the dots. If someone had refused to let them disappear without a trace. But I was too late for all of them. And now I'm the only one who knows.